For the T20 Blast, Essex, as I've just said, get underway here. They've won the toss against Somerset and elected to field. Grace Scrivens, the skipper, just leading her troops out to the field. Just to run quickly through the teams, Essex have Grace Scrivens, Lissy McLeod, Cordelia Griffiths, Maddie Penner makes her one-day cup debut, Jodie Grucock, Jo Gardner, Sophia Smale, Amara Carr takes the gloves, Eva Gray, Kate Kopak and Abtaha Maqsood. Somerset have Bex Odgers, Neve Holland, Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Jess Hazel, Alex Griffiths, Amanda Jade Wellington, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson, Molly Robbins and Olivia Barnes. Bex Odgers and Neve Holland will open the batting here for Somerset, and of course Eva Gray takes the new ball. Coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end now. Onto the pads first up and just flicked around the corner down to fine leg, only for a single though. Jo Gardner fielding in front of the pavilion. As you may be able to tell on the screens here, we're quite a long way across down towards the pavilion here today. So quite a short boundary leg side at the moment. We offside when the bowlers come in from the Graham Gooch end here. Again challenging the stumps from Gray. Back of a length and just forces Holland to defend her first ball. Fairly attacking field to start here for Essex. Two fielders outside the ring at deep backward square and third man. A slip in as well. That's driven into the offside. Thoughts of a single, but Kopak fields well in there at cover point. Yeah, Flo Miller that is, as often situated in the slip cordon alongside Amara Carr. Again onto the pads from Gray, and again just turn around the corner, this time for Holland for her first run of the day. 4 balls through this. Turn around the corner, almost identical to Odgers' first run as well. We know that Gray likes to attack the stumps, challenge the batter's defences. That's struck on the pad. They're going to scamper through for a quick single here. Probably too high, maybe. Almost certainly going down leg as well. Signalled as a leg by there by the umpires. James Middlebrook standing umpire at the moment. Julia Jarvis in at square leg. And Dean Koska, the third umpire. That was driven nicely down the ground, but straight to Scrivens. That ends the first over. A tidy first over from Eva Gray. Just 3 runs from it. Finding bat or pad every delivery there, and I think we'll be happy with her lines and lengths first up. And from the Graham Gooch end, we see Kate Kopak as expected. These two have bowled a lot together early on in the season, taking the new balls. Eva Gray, the more prolific of the two, picked up 13 wickets at about 26.5 in the first 8 rounds of the competition. Kopak and Gray, one of 5 Essex players to have featured in every one-day cup match so far. That was just dropped into the leg side by Odgers. No run. Yeah, Sophia Smale, Amara Carr, both featured in all 8, and of course Grace Scrivens, the captain. Full and straight and flicked away nicely by Odgers round the corner. Straight out to Maddie Penner, fielding a deep backwards square leg. Actually, maybe more of a regulation deep square leg. She's also making her debut in the One Day Cup for Essex. Obviously played a crucial role in Essex's T20 Blast campaign. Shorter and just gets big there on Holland, but she plays it well, does Niamh Holland, just dropping that down at her feet. Similar to Penner, making her One Day Cup debut. She featured heavily in the T20 Blast for Somerset. That one's down the leg side, just tickled away, and that will run away for 4 runs there. Lovely shot there from Holland. First boundary of the day with that. Kopak misses her line, and it's just helped on its way by Holland, really smartly round the corner. Dark grey clouds above us here at Chelmsford, but yet to rain. That one's full and wafted out there by Holland. Looking to send that one through the offside, but can't connect. Just drifts away, swings away a fraction from Kopak, tempting the Somerset batter in. But in the end, it just flies through to Amara Carr behind the stumps. Kopak in again now. Short this time, cut aerially, but misses the fielder. Jodie Grewcock there at backward point. Runs away for 4 runs to end the over. 12 without loss. Risky there from Holland. Just flashes at the wide one. Looking to try and slash that one through the offside. She does do exactly that, but perhaps slightly heart-stopping moment there for Holland, as it was aerial and out towards Jodie Grewcock at backward point. Umpire's just having a chat already. Perhaps looking at the 2 new balls, just seeing how they're faring. Yeah, as I was saying before, there's a lot of dark grey clouds overhead today here in Chelmsford. Rains overnight, I think, but at the moment we've still got play. And again, Eva Gray, very good early on, just attacking. No width on offer so far from Gray, and Odgers just plays that one respectfully. That one's flicked around the corner, picked up nicely, going to run away for 4 down towards the boxes over there, and Odgers finds her first boundary of the day smartly. Just a fraction short from Gray, and Odgers onto it very quickly. And yeah, Gray and Scrivens just adjusting their fields with, I think, such a short leg side boundary. And particularly with the line that Eva Gray's been bowling, very straight, attacking the stumps. McLeod just comes out from slip boundary. And particularly with the line that Eva Gray's been bowling, very straight, attacking the stumps. McLeod just comes out from slip and into a sort of a forward square leg, and Gardner moves further behind square on the leg side. And again attacking the stumps there from Gray. And just prodded down the grounds from Bex Odgers. Odgers just involved in her third One Day Cup match. Didn't start the season. It was Heather Knight and Emma Corney opening the batting. Corney not featuring today, nor Heather Knight, out with the England side, injured as well. That was driven through backward point. Lovely shot there from Odgers. Just opens the face, picks up 4 runs really neatly, finding that gap between Maqsood and Grucock behind square on the offside. It's a lovely shot there. Gray in again now. And that was pushed through the offside, further forward this time, but Kate Kopak out there to sweep up and just get through for the single. Brings Hollands back onto face. Similar field for her. Third man inside the ring, and as I say, Kate Kopak out and cover boundary. Full and straight and driven again, but straight out to Cordelia Griffith. The ball's almost hinting at a bit of swing here, but it's not been hooping so far. There is a bit of cloud cover. It's actually getting a lot darker now. It was bright blue skies when I arrived this morning, but right now it's very much overcast. There's a good smattering of fans around the ground here today. This third over's finished. 21 without loss Somerset, looking nicely. Odgers 11 not out. Holland 9. Yeah, the Tom Pearce stand to my right, the grandstand. Got a fair few fans in and around. Front of the pavilion as well, and over to my right. That was onto the pads. Tick around the corner, but straight to McLeod, who's come out of slip for Kopak as well now, into the leg side. Yeah, it's just been a slight change in field here. Actually mirrors Eva Gray's field pretty similarly. Sweepers out, Joe Gardner on the cover boundary, and Maddie Penner at deep square leg. Bit of width on offer that time, just inside the tram lines from Kopak. Left alone by Odgers. Yeah, as I was saying last over, Odgers only played 2 games, this being her third, but has made 50s in both of those. 60 against Durham, 50 against the Blaze. Used more as a Heather Knight replacement, but has her opportunity again today. And she dispatches that one into the leg side. Full toss on leg stump and put away gloriously there by Odgers. Just a freebie from Kopak, who misses line and length. And Odgers just capitalises to smash that one through the leg sides. But actually keeps her elbow really high there and plays that with a very straight bat. It's a really nice shot, that one from Odgers. That was just defended back down the ground there from Kopak, to Kopak, sorry. Rogers on to 15 with that boundary off the last ball. Somerset cruising here at 25 without loss. That's better from Kopak, but driven nicely down the ground. Takes a few slightly interesting bounces on those slightly used wickets down towards Eva Gray there at mid-on. She fields well in the end. Outside off and just prodded at from Rogers out towards cover. Gardner comes into field. She did well to keep that one down. It still leapt a fraction off the pitch. That last one of the over from Kopak. Somerset 26 for none. Rogers racing along at 16 off 15. Holland not too far behind, 9 off 9. Scrivens again just having a chat here with the umpire, James Middlebrook, looking at the ball, slightly sort of speculatively. Looking at the ball, slightly sort of speculatively. Not too happy with something, but Essex going to have to continue with it. And Gray continues here with that same field. Deep cover out and also fine leg. She continues with that metronomic line and length here, Gray. And Rogers can only play that with some respect, just out towards cover. Oh, and that one just inside half of the bat there, inside edge. Just nipping a fraction from Gray there. Yeah, it's been a decent pitch so far, but not a huge amount of lateral movement for Essex. That one's just flicked into the leg side, out towards McLeod, who fields really well there. Just gets the body behind to stop that one. And Somerset were hoping to sneak through for a single, perhaps. Just floated up there from Gray and driven out to the captain, Scrivens, who's fielding in there at her usual mid-off position. Scrivens, a second leading run scorer in the competition so far. Emma Lamb quite a way ahead at the top, but Scrivens has got best part of 400 runs at average of about 56 at the moment. So that one's driven through the covers again nicely there from Rogers. They'll push for 2 here. Kopak fields could be taken. Oh, a direct hit would have been close. No one backing up there from Essex though. That could be not quite going to be 4 runs. Gardner recovers well and they'll get through for a 3rd though. Slightly baffling there from Essex in the field. Perhaps all expecting it to go into Amara Carr, the keeper. And no one backing up the bowler's ends. Just allows them through for a simple 3rd. Brings Holland back onto face. She drives to the offside nicely. Out towards Kopak. And they're just going to have to settle for the 1. To end the 5th over there. 30 without loss. Somerset here. 2 openers, Holland and Rogers, going really nicely. Kopak is going to continue here from the Graham Gooch ends. Holland facing up. She's just moved into double figures with that last single. Everyone offside for her. Fine leg and square leg out on the leg side though. That was short, bounced in and turned really nicely around the corner. Rolled her wrists very well, did Holland. Just keep that one down. Perhaps a change in mentality here from Scrivens. Looks like the same field for Odgers as well. Kopak, yeah, with fine leg. Lissy McLeod's about 10 yards or so off the rope. And similarly, Maddie Penner at deep square leg. Full and straight, that's going to be a wide. Too far down the leg side from Kopak. It's the one risk here with the white ball. Leg side wides come into play. Kopak. Not quite, and that one whistles past the edge. Big appeal from Smale, I think, first there. Kind of set off a bit of a chain reaction. Carr then went, and Kopak, almost as a result of those two appeals, turned around. But it felt slightly half-hearted. Didn't really seem like there was anything on it. But Odgers just dangling her bat outside the off stump. Full and driven, slightly aerially, but down in the end, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beats the dive of Joe Gardner in the covers. And again, Odgers showing her strength through the offside as she moves into the 20s. 23 off 22 now. She's going so nicely. Pretty much all of her boundaries, other than maybe that one tickle down the leg side for Somerset today, have been pretty powerful strikes through the offside. Now McLeod comes up from fine leg inside the ring. Gardner dropping back to the cover boundary. Oh, that one just nips away. A long way there, away from Odgers. She looks to flick that one into the leg side. It's angled in. I think it just leaps a fraction off the pitch again, just over the top of off stump. An absolute peach of a delivery from Kate Kopak. She's very, very unlucky to not have her first of the day. That's the first bit of real movement I think we've seen as well. Should excite Essex. Full and straight, and that one's sumptuously driven, but phenomenal footwork from Kopak stops that one from probably flying away for 4 straight down the ground. Really good piece of work there from Kopak off her own bowling. Full and straight, and that one's just picked up over the leg side. Flicked away imperiously from Odgers. Another glorious shot from the Somerset bat. 6 overs gone, 40 without loss. The visitors here. They're looking for their first win in quite a while, Somerset. They've only won 1 game since early May. And it's been a pretty tricky past few months for them. They won their first, so they won 4 of their first 5 games this year, all in the One Day Cup. And since that 4th win against Warwickshire, I think it was, they've They've just won one game. A few ties along the way as well, but it's a tricky time for Somerset. Could this be the start of their return? Gray challenging the top of off of Holland there, and she sort of fends that one nicely out towards point. Just soft hands, hoping to find a gap, but can only pick out the fielder. And again, angled in at the top of off from Gray. But again, Holland there to match. Run rate sitting at over sixes at the moment here for Somerset. Full and straight and driven into the leg side. Going to take off quick single, picked up. Direct hit was going to be close. Maddie Penner, excellent in the field, but couldn't find the stumps. And that was going to be incredibly tight, you'd have thought. Out to the leg side and just misses out there. First real risk Somerset have taken today. But they're back to their riskless ways as Odgers just drops that one down. Yeah, it's been very impressive the way they've been scoring it, better than a run of ball without any real effort. There's just that one run out chance and then maybe that one drive slightly aerially through backward point as well. That one's into the pads, going to get through for the single. Always heading down the leg side from Gray there. Just one ball remains here in the 7th over. Full and straight and beats the outside edge again there from Gray. Swings away a fraction, very full, and Holland looking to power that one through the offside. Can't lay a bat on it. And again, Essex perhaps a little unlucky to still have Somerset wicketless 7 overs in. But they are 42 for none. Are we seeing a change of bowling here for the first time? It looks like we are for Essex. Maddie Penner coming into the attack. Her first over in the One Day Cup. Picked up a few wickets and bowled very tidily for Essex in the T20 Blast. It's going to play this game and I think the next for Essex before the 100 starts. And that'll be her time done with the club. Bit of leg spin here. She bowls very flat generally. A lot of googlies, a lot of top spinners. Tries to cramp up the batters in the T20 stuff. Will it be similar here in the One Day Cup? Shorts with a bouncer first up. That one actually rags back in a long way. Another googly from Penner. Got quite big on Odgers there, who almost fends that one away. It was a drag down, but a surprise early doors for Penner. A little bit fuller that time, and it's just cut away into the offsides. That one's just floated out from Penner, just trying to warm up a little bit more here. You can see her in the bottom of your screen, just bowling out towards Eva Gray. Trying to get the ball coming out nicely. It's a little bit better. Fuller again from Penner, but again cut away into the offside, this time from Holland. Floated up nicely from Penner there. Just a regulation leggy that time. And left alone smartly by Odgers. Shorter and cut away. Out towards Joe Gardner. Probably one of the best fielders in the domestic game is Joe Gardner. Cannon of an arm. There's never going to be two out to her. There's such a short boundary in front of the pavilion. Floated up this time and finds the outside half of the bat as that one's just pushed into the offside again. From Odgers. Just beats Grewcock, who was there at backward point. Ends the 8th over. 46 without loss for Somerset there. Just 4 runs. First over for Maddie Penner. Eva Gray will continue. She has bowled well. 16 from her first 4 overs. Has beaten the bat a few times. Has bowled nicely. Found a little bit of movement, but not a huge amount. Both her and Kopak struggled a little bit, but Gray has been tidy nonetheless. Full and straight and driven there out towards Scrivens, who gets down well to field. Good from the skipper there, setting the tone. Aurelian put down there from McLeod, high above her heads. That one was timed really well. And fired out towards Lissy McLeod in there at mid-wicket, but she can only get a hand to it. Doesn't stick. And Bex Odgers gets a lifeline. Smart again there from Gray. I think a slower ball that time. Angled in at the stumps and just dropped out into the offside by Hollands. Eva Gray will be disappointed with that one. I think Lissy McLeod will as well. She got a good hand to it, but it was hit really firmly to her in at mid-wicket. Guided out to backward point there. Nicely played by Odgers. Just opening the face of the bat with her wrists. But straight to Jodie Grewcock in the end. And that was picked up again by Odgers. Just dispatches that one over the leg sides. Too short from Gray with no fielder in front of square on the boundary. Just had a free swing at that one and finds the rope. Brings up the 50 for Somerset as well, that boundary. That time through the offside, but Cordelia Griffiths down really well to her left. Ends the over with a dot there. Does Eva Gray. Ends up being a reasonably expensive over with that boundary. Somerset 53 now without loss. Being pegged back a fraction, run rate under sixes. But they've been going really nicely, and possibly most importantly, Bex Odgers dropped in that last over. Alyssa McLeod off the bowling of Eva Gray. Penna's going to continue here with her leg spin. Floated up and full toss in the end. Pulled round the corner. And it will be four as well. Put away really well from Holland. Freebie first up, offered up by Maddie Penna. Holland just pivoting on her front foot. Flicks that one through square leg for 4 runs. Yeah, Kate Kopak on the rope out there. Can only watch it run past her for 4. Shorter this time. That's cut into the offside, but Griffiths there again. Odgers almost caught out, looking to squeeze through for a single. We have just 4 balls remaining in the power play here. Floats up again from Penna, and this one's pushed out to Jodie Grewcock at backward point. Dot ball again from Penna. Fought back well after the first ball. That full toss went for 4. Attacking the stumps and again into the leg side, but no single that time. Sophia Smale round really quickly to her right. Just fielding in there at mid-wicket. Was pushed into the offside again for a single. Just 1 ball remains in the power play here. It's floated up again and cut away, or looks to cut that one away, sorry, does Odgers, but can only watch it fly past her top edge. Ends the over and the power play with a dot ball there. Does Penna. Goes for just 5 in that over. And Somerset 58 without loss at the end of the power play. And immediately we see a change of bowling here. Eva Gray bowls her pretty usual 5 up top. And now Sophia Smale with her left arm finger spin comes into the attack here at the Sir Alistair Cook end. That one's looks to cut that one away. There's Holland. Slight top edge out towards Grewcock at backward point. Dot ball first up. That one's driven nicely by Holland. Gets the pitch. They're going to push for 2 here. But Kopak closes down the space well. Oh, the dot ball there for Smale. That was swept really nicely, but Joe Gardner's out there, as always, on the boundary. And just a single for Rogers. She's on to 35 now from 38 deliveries. Holland 22 from 26. Floated up and driven, but a strong dive from Griffiths gets a good hand to it. They'll push for 2. No, Scrivens recovers really well there, having been wrong-footed originally. And they can only get through for the 1. It's a very good start again, though, from Smale. And that one's straight up in the air. Could be the wicket. Amara Khan under it. Yes, gone. Smale with the breakthrough. It's taken 11 overs on the dot there for Essex. But Odgers falls. She's batted so nicely for her 35. But looking to try and slog sweep that one over the short leg side boundary. Finds the top edge and a solid take from Amara Khan behind the stumps. Gives Essex their first. Lissy McLeod, I think, will be probably the person with the biggest sigh of relief there, having dropped Odgers just a few overs ago. In the end, Odgers goes 35 runs she made in the end. But it does bring a Somerset skipper to the crease, Sophie Luff, stalwart of the British game. She's been around for a few years, captain of Western Storm last year, played in the Kia Super League first up, but county stuff even, then into the regional shift into the 2020 time, Western Storm, and now for Somerset. What can she do here for her side as Maddie Penner will continue from the Graham Gooch end here. She's just adjusting her field. Lissy McLeod's coming out of slip into point. And Joe Gardner just going a little bit straighter from the cover boundary. Targeting the stumps first up, just flicked round the corner, but Abtaha Maqsood's fielding in there at backward point. Driven out into the offside. Single there for Holland. Brings Luff on strike for her first delivery. For Luff, McLeod's just going a little bit straighter to more of a regulation cover, and Gardner's dropping back to one square. And just prodded off the back foot to Griffiths in there at a catching extra cover. First ball from Sophie Luff. Looks to try and work that one a little bit squarer this time, but out to Lissy McLeod. Oh, and that one inside edge there. The only thing saving Luff. That one looked like it was going to just cut back again with another googly. I think from Maddie Penner, almost cutting Luff in half. Just dropping another fielder. Maqsood going out to deep backward square now. Oh, and an outside edge, I think, there from Luff. Looking to push that one into the offsides. Grucock chasing that one down hard, drags it back inside the rope. They'll just pick up a couple for it to end the over. 12 overs gone, 64 for one. That one not far away at all. Probably a regulation catch if McLeod was still in there at slip. But they'll pick up a couple for it. Smale continues. Wicket from her last delivery of the last over. Dismissed Bex Odgers. For 35. Holland facing up to Smale now and looks to cut that one away, and again sort of slightly half top, half outside edge there as Holland, yeah, as I say, looks to work that one into the offsides. But short that time and pulled around the corner nicely from Holland, but only as far as Joe Gardner at deep square leg. Just dropped into the offside again there from Luff. It's been a little bit of extra bounce at times here, Chelmsford today. Saw that wicket as well, got a bit big on Odgers as that one again looking to push that one into the offside, but again picks out that fielder. Eva Gray in there at cover point. And just smothers at that time, just Sophie Luff. One ball remains here in the 13th over. Smale second. And a dot ball to finish. Another really good over from Sophia Smale. Figures of 1 for 4 from her 2 overs right now. Just 1 run from that last over. Somerset, 13 overs gone, 65 for 1. This is actually the 4th and probably final time Somerset will play Essex. Somerset currently 2-1 up in the 3 games they've played. The last time they met in the One Day Cup, Somerset won by 5 wickets. Down in Taunton, running riot, 85 balls remaining in that one. Essex were bowled all out for 184. Amar Carr top scoring with 67. Heather Knight just ran through their middle order. She took 3 for 7, the former England captain. A couple wickets for Jackson and Anderson as well, before Knight and Dean scored 45 each to knock off that 184, as that one's cut away nicely by Holland. Just for a single. And it was 1 apiece in the T20 blast. Somerset lost the first one by 65 runs before winning their return fixture by 4 wickets with just 3 balls remaining in that final over. So it's been pretty even between these two sides throughout the season. Penner in again. Floated up that time. Full toss, and that one's almost scooped round the corner. It's going to be 4 runs as well. Just dribbles away to the rope. A lovely shot by Luff. Her first boundary of the day. She's got to be a little bit careful there. Does Penner. It's going to be a free hit as well, though. Luff did get down on a knee, but I think it would have been over waist height either way. And a really smart shot to find the boundary there. Short that time, cut up in the air, beats the fielder there to run away. Back-to-back boundaries for Luff. She's flying now. Penner just dropped that one short and slashed away through the offsides from the Somerset skipper. It's not going to miss out on that long hop from Penner. Fuller this time and defended out to Smale. Full toss again. That one's flicked around the corner again. And it's going to be another boundary. 3 boundaries and 4 balls here. Sophie Luff is just putting away absolutely everything now. Another full toss on offer from Penner, who's really struggled to find the right length today. She dropped a lot short early on. This over, a couple full tosses. Just helping Luff off to an absolute flyer. 14 from 12. They are changing the field now. Kopak going at deep backwards square. That one's just worked really nicely down through third man. It's only going to be 1 though. Yeah, Grucock fields that one very well. Chasing it down at third man. One ball remains in this over here. Down the leg side, beats Samara Carr. Should only pick up a couple for it. Grucock, again, very quick. They want 3, but not going to get it. Top fielding again there from Grucock. Holland unable to come back for the thirds. But it ends an expensive over there. Somerset 82 for 1. Partnership's already at 20. 21 even, sorry. Just 3 overs in. Batting together for just 11 minutes. Not even a quarter of an hour, these two. But Luff has been going very well. Just helping herself. Smale back on with her left arm spin. As Luff looks to just force that one out into the offside, but dot ball. Well, McLeod's going into slip. She is indeed. Bringing up Gardner, who was at deep square leg, coming into mid-wicket. McLeod's therefore moves into the slip cordon. And it's just Maddie Penner out there on the leg side boundary. And another defensive shot offered to Smale. 2 dots to begin her third over here. That one's cut away nicely. Beats Griffith in there at extra cover. Just a single out to Kate Kopak though. Floated up again, and that one's hit back over the bowler's heads. Exquisite shot there from Holland. Just floated up a fraction full and put away there by Niamh Holland. She moves on to 32. Powerful drive there. Not much wrong with that delivery from Smale, but Holland getting right to the pitch to put that one away. As I think Maqsood's possibly warming up her shoulder a little bit. Into the offside this time from Holland, but straight to Griffith. Maqsood dropping out to long on now. Almost squeezes that one through to Smale, but ends with a dot ball. 87 for 1. 15 overs gone now for Somerset. There are a few other games around the country today in the One Day Cup. All 8 Tier 1 sides in action. The Blaze currently hosting Warwickshire down in Lincoln. It's currently raining at the moment, and the toss has been delayed. Durham hosting Lancashire up at the Banks home Riverside in Chesterley Street. Durham won the toss, selected to bat, 47 for 1 after 14 overs. Emma Marlowe, 27, not out. And then in Guildford, Hampshire, having been put in to bat by Surrey, 80 for 1. Maya Bouchier, 38, without loss. As Abtaha Maqsood comes in from the Graham Gooch end, short first up and flicked around the corner. Could be another boundary here. Kate Kopak charging around for that one. Does get there? She does. No, she doesn't in the end. I think just her clipping the boundary, her leg. Signal by Julia Jarvis as 4 there. Unlucky from Kopak. Again, a slight loosener to open up from Maqsood. McLeod's in there at slip, but that one just too straight in the end. And Luff's wagon wheel. A lot of her runs coming through that third man region. She's on to 20 now. That was outside off this time. Better from Maqsood. Good length as well. And Luff just leaves that one alone. Attacking stumps this time and tickle round the corner. I'll pick up at least 2 for it. Yeah, Kopak rounds really quickly again there. Luff retains the strike with 2. Floated up and just fended again by Luff into the offside. Been a few that perhaps just jumped a little bit on batters from this pitch. Not playing completely smoothly. Haven't been any huge demons in it so far. As Maqsood just pulls out of that one. Floated up and driven again there by Luff. Gardner fielding on the cover boundary. And again, just into the offside. Dot ball to end the over. Holland 32 off 37. Luff down at the other end will be facing up 23 from 21. Partnership into the 30s. Smale does continue. I think rightfully so. Has been very tidy with her spin so far. Maqsood's not a bad first over. 7 from it in the end. Just that one real loose delivery first up, which Luff helped herself to the boundary round the corner. Use of feet there from Luff, but doesn't quite get to the pitch, and in the end just has to smother it into the leg sides. Bit shorter that time, but can only find Eva Gray at point. Three dots first up here for Smale. Cut away again, but only as far as Kate Kopak on cover boundary. Just drop out Abtaha Maqsood. Down towards long on. Joe Gardner going as well to deep backward square for Holland here, and Lissy McLeod does stay inside the ring at mid-wicket. 3 out on the leg side, 1 out on the off. That one could be tight. No, turned down by the umpire. James Middlebrook doesn't even look tempted to raise his finger there. That looked pretty tight from Smale. She was very loud about it. Well, again, just pushed into the offsides. I think probably, maybe just tailing down the leg side, but again, another superb over from Sophia Smale. Just 1 run from it. See the replay here. That's got to be tight, you'd think. Maybe sliding. With Smale coming left arm round, it's always going to be going a sort of angled down the leg side. It's just whether or not Middlebrook thought it was going to grip enough. Probably impact in front of middle and leg. Maybe sliding down. We've not seen any massively grip and turn. Always going to be tricky to give. Maqsood continues from the Graham Gooch end here. Floated up and just dabbed down the ground to Smale at mid-on. Oh, and a big thick edge there. Huge booming drive from Luff. Doesn't find the middle of the bat, but that edge flies well wide of Lissy McLeod at slip. It's exactly what Maqsood's looking for though. Floated up, baits Luff into that big drive. Unfortunately, she went too hard at it, and they're not really a catching opportunity at all for McLeod at slip. Get back for a couple. Short, so that time angled in. And it was the googly from Maqsood. Just played smartly by Luff. Sensible cricket from the Somerset skipper. Floated up again and works that one down the grounds. Quick single, could be tight. Again, a direct hit. Would have been very close, you'd think. Smale coming in from mid-on. Misses by not far again. Luff scampers through for the single. Holland drives that one out to Griffith. Another dot ball. Wide at that time. Too wide it is. Doesn't quite come out of Maqsood's hands right there. Just gets stuck in it a fraction, I think. See her smiling on the replay there, though. It's better from Maqsood. Too short, though, and put away. And beats the fielder down there at Cow Corner, Kate Kopak. Smashed for 4. And it brings the 100 up for Somerset as well. 103 for 1 inside 18 overs. Just over an hour they've been batting for now. It's been a really good partnership between these two. Odgers fell early for 35, but Niamh Holland on One Day Cup debut here for Somerset has just picked up where Odgers left off. She's 36 not out, Luff 27 not out, off the back of a very good start to her One Day Cup campaign this year. Oh, he struck on the pad. Big appeal behind the stumps from Carr. Smale, no appeal whatsoever. Maybe an inside edge. I think possibly a tickle as it went past. Luff prodding onto the front foot. Use of feet that time. Gone! 2 wickets there for Smale. Luff looking to use her feet, come down the ground. Just skips on. Goes between bat and pad in a simple stumping from Mara Carr. Takes it well. And that's a big wicket there for Sophie Luff. She goes for 27. One of the leading run scorers in the competition. Smale's going to be very happy with that. She's bowled so well. And picks up another award there. 18.2 overs. And Luff goes 27 from 31. It was a good innings. Mainly picked up runs from a few looseners from Maddie Penner and Abtaha Maqsood, the 2 leggies. She put them away really nicely. But in the end, she departs for 27. Brings World Cup winner Fran Wilson out to the crease. Joins Niamh Holland. 33-year-olds made 150 in the competition so far. A lot of 20s and 30s and little contributions. But yet to really have any major impacts in the game. Will this be her first in the One Day Cup? Or will Sophia Smale continue her superb spell? Just adjusting the field here as Eva Gray comes into mid-wicket. They do have 2 out on the leg sides. Lissy McLeod in at slip as well. Sweep first up from Wilson there. Just laps that one round the corner delicately. Back for 2. Good running from Wilson there. Yeah, they've got the 2 sweepers out on the boundary on the leg side. Maddie Penner, deep mid-wicket, and Joe Garner at deep backward square. I think Wilson will look to sweep Smale a lot here. This time, just cuts that one out to Jody Grewcock at point. Drives at this one a bit fuller from the spinner. Just ambles down for the single. Brings Holland onto face, and Gray just goes back across to point, and McLeod comes out of slip. Floated up and slapped down the ground. Well fielded there by Maqsood. Strong hands. Stops that one from running away for 4. Down towards the Pearce stand. Single to end the over. 4 from it. And again, Sophia Smale. Brilliant, brilliant over. Most importantly, picks up that wicket of Somerset captain Sophie Luff for 27. And breaks another partnership. 19 overs gone. 107 for 2, the visitors here. Maqsood to continue from the Graham Gooch end. That was pushed into the offsides. Single. Just defended back to the bowler from Maqsood there. Continuing with a third over here, the leggy. That's just cut into Joe Gardner's hands again at cover, deep cover. Floated up and into the leg side that time from Holland. Just defends. She's been very watchful so far. Down the leg side there. It's a half-hearted appeal from the Essex team. And that's a stop ball to end. 109 for 2 here, Somerset. 20 overs gone. And they've been pegged back by Essex. Very well. The home side have done very nicely indeed. As I'm joined now by Raf Nicholson. Coming in, I think we'll have a few guests throughout the day. Raf, how are you?
Is it on? Ooh. Is this on?
That should be on, I think.
Exciting, yeah. Lovely to be here. How are you, Toby?
Yeah,
How have you been
thanks.
getting on? You've done 20 overs by yourself. I am so impressed.
It's interesting talking to yourself for 7 hours. I had to do, I think, a whole game almost on my own a few weeks ago, but just got to witter away.
What have you been talking to yourself about?
Just with the cricket mainly.
Yeah, okay. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, just dropping in as many fun facts and stats about the team. Smell in again and it's pulled nicely out. Beats Maddie Penner on the rope. Times really well by Holland. Picks up a boundary with that as well. Dropped a fraction short from Smale.
Yeah, really lovely shot there from Holland. It's been a nice little opening spell here from Smale, hasn't it?
Yeah, bowled really, really tidily. She was often pretty expensive earlier in the season, but I think actually the final few blast games has fought back really well. As that one's just slashed out into the offside from Holland. On to 43 she goes.
I'll confess, missed the first few overs because I was subject to the vagaries of train travel to the ground, but it looks like Somerset got off to a good start, but Essex pulled it back a bit now with these couple of wickets.
Yeah, very, very much so. Smell in again and just defended. Yeah, there wasn't a huge amount of movement early doors with the new ball. Kopak, I think, only bowled maybe 3 overs, and then Penner came on and bowled generally pretty tidily, a few looseners in there. Gray as tidy as always. As the reverse comes out, flicked around the corner really delicately from Wilson. Races towards the ropes, but Jodie Grucock covers that one off. Picks up a couple. And yeah, I think Smale has just made a massive difference since coming on. Bowled really tidily, attacked the stumps nicely. Almost could have had Odgers out. I know it would have been Gray actually. Almost could have had Odgers out early on. So that was pulled to short mid wicket. Drops that one to the offsides.
Yes, I did see that. That was Lissy McLeod who put that one down, wasn't it? But wasn't massively expensive as drops go in the end.
Yeah, maybe another 10 or something at most. End of the over there. 117 for 2. Somerset now. 21 overs gone. 4 overs until drinks. And I think Somerset will probably be looking to just continue building, get towards that, regroup, and then the final sort of 20 odd overs really look to push on and try and put an imposing total on Essex.
Yeah, Somerset, of course, will be definitely feeling like they're in the hunt. They're mid-table at the moment, aren't they? Whereas sadly Essex are down the bottom. So Somerset, 4 wins, 4 losses so far in this Metrobank One Day Cup competition. Am I taking this over?
Go for it.
Maksudin to Holland, who chips this not massively convincingly out behind the stumps as a throw-in. They picked up a couple there.
Yeah, slight outside edge. I think they managed to get through for a few either way. There's a lot of space for Jodie Grucock to cover behind square on the offside.
Maksudin again, and she cuts that out towards deep point. Fielder picks it up. Nice throw in there.
Yeah, you mentioned the table. Somerset won 4 of their first 5 and have then only won 1 game since the start of May in either competition. Which
A
is
little bit of a slump for them.
So they're fighting back well now, though.
They took a single there, so Wilson's on strike now. Also cuts that nicely. Oh, a little bit of a wild throw there into the keeper.
Too strong for her own good there, Jo Gardner. She has a bullet of an arm. She launches that one in from the cover boundary.
Holland cuts that again and they pick up another single. Obviously, the solidity of Fran Wilson's experience here. Many years playing for Somerset, then for Western Storm, now back playing for Somerset. Maksudin again. Just doesn't quite give herself enough room there to cut that, so no run.
A little googly again, I think, from Maksud. She loves to throw them in. Does so very well.
Manages to Get that one away, does Fran Wilson. Although, again, not sure she really knew where it was going. And they take the single off the last ball of the over. 123 for 2 after 22 overs now, Somerset. Wilson moves on to 10? To 9, sorry.
Yeah, you mentioned the table, Hampshire and Lancashire. And the Blaze a little bit away at the top. Somerset, I think the place for 4th is probably going to be the most interesting one. Somerset on 17 points, Surrey 16, Durham 14, and Warwickshire a win behind on 11. Essex, I think, are a possibility. I think it would take a unbelievable end to the season for them, but a couple wins against Somerset today and then their game next week as well, I think would be at least a good sort of give them a bit of form leading into the hundreds. But I think they probably are too far away. But you never know, I feel like, in these kind of competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. Captain Gray Scrivens just having a chat to Eva Gray, who's back into the attack now.
Full and straight first up from Gray and prodded out to the leg sides. Maddie Penner just mopping up at mid-wicket.
So Eva Gray bowled 5 overs up top, went for 23.
Yeah, it felt a bit harsh there. I'm not quite sure almost where all the runs came from. She went for a 3 at one stage, I remember, and a couple boundaries as well, but bowled tidily from memory. And again attacking the stumps. I think that's almost her issue. She does look to really bowl stump to stump, attack the batters, and I guess occasionally if you get your line wrong a fraction and sort of stray down the leg side, it can just be flicked away. Particularly, I think they only had 3 on the leg side for her first up, with sort of no fine leg. Use of feet and driven down the ground, but Penner fields really well in it there at mid-wicket, tumbling away to her left.
Yeah, that was an excellent bit of fielding. She really got down to the ground there. Had to properly roll for that one.
As often the sweeper out on the offsides. Fine leg and third man as well. Fine leg's just being, square legged is even. Joe Gardner being sent a lot squarer, moving just in front of the pavilion. Bit of width that time, cut away, but straight to Grucock. He fields well at backward point. Wilson just rehearsing that shot, I think. Perhaps looking to maybe guide that one a bit finer next time. Use the pace of Gray to run it down to McLeod at third man.
Do a little bit of a roundup of the other matches in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition in a minute.
As we see McLeod come inside the ring at third man and Maksud drop out to long on. Full and straight again into the pads and just flicked around the corner.
So you were just mentioning Hampshire. Hampshire have moved along to 110 for 2 after 20 overs. Unfortunately, one of those wickets was the great Elise Perry, who was out for 11. I have to say, she's not really kind of had the impact on the pitch in the Blast and now in the One Day Cup that we perhaps would have expected.
That one's full and straight and driven nicely, but straight out to skipper Scrivens. Ends the over there, 124 for 2. 23 overs gone for Somerset.
Just think it must be a bit tricky kind of coming into a competition as the big name part way through.
Yeah, it was announced in February time maybe? Around, possibly even a little bit later, but there was so much hype around it all, as you mentioned, and particularly the kind of the One Day Cup, but also the Blast to a slightly lesser extent. There's not any sort of other massive names necessarily. One overseas player per team, and even now the England players aren't even necessarily involved. So it is very much the Elise Perry show, I feel like, a lot of the time.
I think Hampshire have really benefited, actually. They've had some very good crowds for Blast matches at the Utility Bowl. Need to remember to call it by its correct sponsor's name, as Maksud in again. And that's nicely played into the leg side by Fran Wilson there. And it has gone for 4, so she moves on to 14.
Yeah, beats the dive of Kopak out there. Just flew away across the square. Just so quick here at Chelmsford, and yeah, Kopak unable to get that close to it even. Wilson's come in and timed the ball nicely early on in her innings here.
She waits for Maqsood and then she rocks back and cuts that one out. Gardner runs in from the boundary to throw that in. So they picked up a single there, so it will be Holland back on strike to face the next ball. Important innings, you feel, here for Fran Wilson. She's the kind of solidity to the Somerset middle order, isn't she? Maqsood in to Holland. Tapped out again into the offside for a single.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount of experience within the Somerset side. It's only her and Sophie Luff who are in their 30s. Obviously, Amanda Jade Wellington, a big name in the competition as well, and was an international star, but everyone else is 26 or under in the sides.
Wilson moves cleverly across her stumps there just to get to the pitch of the ball. Again, Jo Gardner's being kept busy out there in the deep. Throws in again. Good arm, as you said earlier. As a Somerset move along to 131 for 2. Holland poised on 48. And she'll move to 49 there, pick up the single.
Good call there from Fran Wilson to get through for the single.
Yeah, good awareness there, actually. Unfortunately, Wilson has slightly got herself a little bit of a reputation as being an enthusiastic caller and perhaps not the best communicator. I think because Wilson herself is such a kind of gun runner and fielder, and she's just very aware of what's going on. So that's the end of the over now. So after 24 overs, Somerset 132 for 2. But yeah, it worked out okay that time.
Yeah. I think if you're always running to the danger end and it's like a shot like that, they're obviously going to throw it into the keeper, you'd think. It kind of is somewhat safe, whereas it's one of those where if it's a little bit more 50-50, and particularly if it's a non-striker, you're backing up, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Someone else can be caught a little bit off guard at times. As Eva Gray will continue here. She's into her 7th over, it'll be now, bowling to Holland.
Just reties her ponytail and then touches the ground.
Straight, and that's dropped into the offside, and that will be 50 for Holland. They're going to push for 2. They'll make it back comfortably as well. A really smart shot to mirror a really smart innings so far on Metro Bank debut for Niamh Holland. She's batted absolutely beautifully today. 50 comes off 54 balls. 6 fours along the way as well.
Yeah, really nice, really important innings. A nice little ripple of applause there around the ground for what is going to be a crucial innings potentially for Somerset.
Short that time and sliced away, slashed outside off stump, and that will be 4. Holland expansive now. Finds the rope at backward point. Just too much width on offer from Gray, who missed her line and length there. Slightly unlike her, that one I'd say from Gray. As yeah, you were talking about Hampshire there, 114 for 2. Maya Bouchier, 50 up at the top of the order for Hampshire as well. And the leg side, they'll push for a couple, but I think they only pick up 1. Yeah, Jo Gardner, quick onto it.
Yeah, Boucher innings, important, I guess, potentially in the context of the forthcoming 50 over World Cup. We don't know the extent to which Charlotte Edwards has kind of got her squad 100% sorted for that yet. Although with the India series now having finished, that's going to be some of the last 50 over cricket that England play before that World Cup.
Driven out to Griffith, who fields well there, and thoughts of a single, but nothing to Griffith in the end.
So you just sense that some of these Metro Bank One Day Cup fixtures are actually potentially quite important in the context of the World Cup. There are sorts of people who, and Boucher would be one of them, who are on the fringes at the moment, and you know, England may well be looking around going, who's going to be our backup batters?
Just going to pick up a single into the leg side there. Do you think the 100 will have a big impact as well, or because obviously it's the sort of the major competition in England and particularly in women's cricket, but obviously it's a fair bit shorter than the 50 overs?
I think it's a great question, and I think that because there's no more kind of home internationals now before the World Cup, there are 3 sort of slightly rogue fixtures against New Zealand that everyone has kind of forgotten about, which I'll return to in a minute as Gray comes back in.
Yeah, again, tickled down the leg side for one.
So for me, that does actually put more importance on the 100, even though, as you say, it is quite different to 50 over cricket. But it's that ability to perform under pressure, isn't it? And in many ways, because of the massive crowds that we get for the 100, and the kind of the fact that it is the most high-profile domestic competition, I think that probably does kind of mean that Charlotte Edwards will be looking at performances in that competition with a substantial amount of, actually setting some store by performances in that competition, because a lot of criticism of England recently has been their inability to deal with pressure, actually there not being that many pressure moments between some of these big tournaments. So they hammer New Zealand and Pakistan last summer, and then they get knocked out of the World Cup and they lose the Ashes 16-0. So actually the 100 provides those pressure moments, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. You compare the crowds. Obviously, it's a pretty decent crowd here today. 200s, you'd think generally in the comp here are right, but compare that to best part of 30,000 people at Lord's for the final, for example, and they often sell out at the Oval as well, and kind of the other major venues around the country. It is just a different level to anything else. As you can see, the players just taking drinks for the moment. Somerset 141 for 2, 25 overs gone, and yeah, I guess then there's another 4 games. I assume it'll be One Day Cup games at the back end of the season.
Yeah, and then this sort of series, won't it happen against New Zealand? So in the women's game now, the ICC have dictated a future tours programme, which has all of the scheduled fixtures. And on the FTP, the women's FTP, England are scheduled to play 3 ODIs against New Zealand in September. Now, obviously, the World Cup is actually starting right at the end of September, and as usual for World Cups, there will be warm-up matches, there will be kind of official ICC warm-up matches. But as to when or where or how or who is going to contest these apparently official, according to the FTP, ODIs, nobody really knows. So there's been a lot of stuff kind of saying, well, the India series are the last ODIs England are going to play before the World Cup. According to the FTP, that's not actually correct. It's just that people seem to have kind of forgotten that they exist.
Where are they going to be played over here, or? Because either way, one of New Zealand or England are going to fly the whole way around the world, probably stopping off somewhere near India on the way for a layover anyway. Yeah,
so I don't think they'll be played here, because I don't think that there's kind of room in the schedule and in a very congested kind of period at the back end of the season. I don't think there's enough room for them to be played here. So I would think that probably what will happen is that England will go off to somewhere like Abu Dhabi perhaps, and as sort of acclimatisation for India. Then there's a question about the extent to which those matches are effectively just World Cup warm-ups. And obviously in a warm-up, you don't necessarily have to just stick to playing 11 players aside. You can kind of switch people in and out. But if something... how you do things according to the regulations. So... yeah, it's a little bit of a question mark, to be honest.
I mean, they've got the impact sub-rule in the IPL, so maybe that's what they're going to look to move into women's one-day cricket.
Well, we did in the final year of the Women's County Championship, so the last kind of iteration of Women's County Cricket before this new iteration that we've got this season, very excitingly. So back in 2019, they did actually introduce a sub-rule where you would name your 12 players and then you could sub somebody in. I'm struggling to remember the exact details, but what I do remember is that the teams only became aware of it a couple of days before the season was due to commence. And back then it was still, and this kind of shows how much progress we've made in women's cricket since then. Back then it was still a case of teams having to run their fixtures on a shoestring, and so actually sending an extra person in order to make sure that you had 12 fit players for a weekend of cricket was quite a substantial undertaking across the whole season. So it was a bit of an odd one, to be honest. Anyway, looks like play's about to resume, and we've got a change of bowling. So Jo Gardner will be coming into the attack for the first time today. Neem Holland on strike. She brought up her 50 just before drink, so she'll start on 57. It's Gardner in. It's got a high loopy ball first up, which Holland defends. No run.
Very much a loosener first up for Jo Gardner there.
Just a little. Ball might be a bit wet, perhaps, because it is very overcast at the moment. Second ball, Holland plays that out into the leg side, and there's they scramble a bit of a single there. There was a throw in from Maqsood at short fine leg to the non-strikers, but they managed to get that single. Gardner at the top of her mark again now. In. Another loopy ball, and that's played nicely by Wilson, and that will go for 4 runs down past, I think that's Lissy McLeod out at mid-on. So Wilson moves on to 21.
Yeah, just misses her length again there, does Gardner, and Wilson this time, no mistake, slashing that on past, well, in between Penner and McLeod through the leg side for 4 runs. And I've just noticed Fran Wilson's wearing the number 38 without a name on the back, and she's down as number 35, so I wonder if she forgot her shirt or something.
Forgot her jumper.
Yeah.
Didn't realise that the heat wave that we've been having was about to break here at Chelmsford. It's Gardner in, and Wilson makes room and pulls that out into the leg side. It goes right down to the boundary, but it's picked up nicely by Griffith, and they run a couple there.
Yeah, I've got Katie Jones, who's their reserve keeper, down as number 38. So I reckon Wilson, for today, may have pinched one of her shirts.
Brilliant. As Wilson drives that nicely down to McLeod, who's been put out on the boundary rope but runs back in to mid-on now. So they've taken a single there. So Somerset moved to 149 for 2. Nice little partnership developing here between Wilson and Holland. Gardner in, and Holland pulls that out down to deep mid-wicket, and they just run a single. There was a little bit of a movement towards maybe taking a second, but they decide against, and that's the end of the over, and it brings up the Somerset 150. Ripple of applause goes out round the ground. So 150 for 2 after 26 overs.
Yeah, excellent fielding. Eva Gray down there, I think that was on the cow corner boundary, tearing around to her left, and an excellent throw again. Just denies them that second run. 150 up, as you say, 26 overs in. They've been slowed down. The 100 was off 17.6. They were 50 up inside the power play as well. I think they were pretty much a runner ball 10 overs in, and the fact Essex have been able to drop out an extra couple fielders to the rope, I think has just slowed them down a bit, combined actually with Sophia Smale, who remains out of the attack after a few really good few overs early on. Picked up both wickets so far, and Jodie Grucock actually, third leg spinner of the day, coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end now. That was down the leg side first up. Wide signalled there by umpire Middlebrook. That was just pulled out for a single by Hollands, who has been excellent today so far. She's 59 not out, 60 not out with that one there. Pretty much a runner ball. I think pretty much chanceless as well. And has just sort of played second fiddle first up to Odgers and just taken on that powerful position since.
Did you say she was on debut?
It's just dropped into the leg side. Yeah, One Day Cup debut. She played, I think, in most of the T20 games for Somerset, but wasn't used at all in the opening 8 rounds of the competition at the beginning of the season. It was generally Emma Corney at the top of the order, who batted generally okay, made 60 on debut for herself, and then a few 30s chipping in since. That was just cut away again for a single. Yeah, she made 61 against Surrey, and then 30s against Lancashire, Warwickshire and the Blaze. Opening the batting with Heather Knight, who was excellent, as you'd expect, at the top of the order.
Yeah, expect not having her available has been a bit of a blow for Somerset.
Looks to run that one down, does Wilson, but doesn't really connect, and just one bounce into the hands of Amara Carr behind the stumps. Comes across her stumps, does Wilson there, and actually just cuts that away to point. No run in the end. Good fielding by Eva Gray there.
Yeah, feels like that kind of point area is very much the hot spot if Fran Wilson is on strike, doesn't it?
Across the stumps again and looks to go through point, this time more of a cover point. As Holland wanted 2 there, but Wilson turns her down, ends the over with a single. A pretty tidy over first up for Grewcock. 155 for 2, the visitors at the moment. 27 overs gone.
Yeah, and the 50 partnership came up in that over. So the last wicket went down with the score on 103 for 2. And that was Sophie Luff, who was quite efficiently stumped by Amara Carr, although it did originally go down as bowled. But it was
How good a stumping it was, I guess.
was actually a stumping. As Gardner resumes, Wilson on strike, tapped out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
To grip a fraction, I think, did Gardner. Found the inside edge of Wilson there.
Oh, that's gone out to Grewcock at short thirds. I'm not sure anyone quite knew what was happening there. They've moved on to 156 for 2. Yeah, Gardner's first over went for 9, but partly that was just, I guess she was getting a little bit loose. So Holland now waits. And she's pulled that nicely out to deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, a lot of Holland's shots you can really hear just echoing around the ground here at Chelmsford, just middling them absolutely perfectly.
She drives that straight back to the bowler, and she's out, caught and bowled. So Wilson departs for 27, and Somerset 157 for 3. Just as we were saying that this partnership had gone past 50, and that it was Somerset were building nicely, so that's going to be a little bit of a blow, especially losing the experience of Fran Wilson there. She's walking off.
Yeah, slightly tame dismissal in the end. Smart catch, return catch from Gardner. And I think Wilson was looking to be pretty proactive throughout. Had rotated the strike very well generally, but just caught up in the pitch a little bit, that one, and ended up offering a simple dismissal. As lights are on here at Chelmsford now, it's very much gloomy at the moment.
Yeah, it's been quite gloomy since we started, and just sort of getting gloomier. There were just a few drops of rain as I was making my way into the ground, but definitely nothing to be too concerned about in terms of play right now. But obviously, as you say, they've just put the floodlights on, and the umpires will no doubt be keeping an eye on the situation. And Jess Hazel is the new bat. She's just taking guard.
Yeah, another One Day Cup debutant for Somerset. Also played a few games in the T20 Blast. It's kind of rotated around with with Katie Jones behind the stumps. Seen her about once before for, I think she's on loan with Gloucestershire against Derbyshire. Looked very, very tidy batter.
And how great that that Somerset were able to kind of to loan her out and actually get somebody some cricket who might otherwise not have got any at that particular period.
Particularly as, you know, as a reserve keeper, there's not often you necessarily rotate through.
Absolutely. And she's played that first ball quite nicely, but it did go straight to square leg.
Yeah, she hit one absolutely gorgeous lofted cover drive for 4 in the innings for Gloucestershire. So I think she looked to be quite positive if we take that game for an example.
We're still middle of the innings here. Oh, and Gardner's the umpire signalled dead ball, so Gardner's pulled out of her action at the last minute. See if she can have more success with this one. And Hazel defends that. Yeah, so it's kind of an interesting stage of the innings, isn't it? With Somerset 3 down now, maybe a bit of consolidation to do before she's got licence to hit out. So 157 for 3 at the end of the 28th over.
Yeah, what have you made of the kind of loan system in this competition so far? Obviously, Jess Hazel, pretty good example of someone. Actually, and Neve Holland, I think, as well, as I want to say played for Worcestershire maybe, or at least has been loaned out around as well. That you kind of have these tier 1, generally younger players in tier 1, kind of almost academy, maybe just aged out a little bit, but they can just go to a tier 2 team and have a bit of a bat. Screw cock in and just flick down the ground for a single first up.
I think it's really important, actually, because I think what we want is for the best players to be able to be developing their cricket, and if they're not getting matches in tier 1, and part of the issue is that we don't have a kind of second 11 structure yet, right? So if you're not playing in the first 11 in tier 1, then otherwise you could spend a substantial amount of time sitting on the sidelines. I guess the ECB will want to be developing that eventually, but also it kind of makes sense at the moment to make use of tier 2. I guess equally from a tier 2 perspective, what you want to be ensuring is that your players don't find themselves pushed out by all of these.
Struck on the pads, shake of the head by umpire Middlebrook there. That looked very, very tight.
It did.
From Grucock. Leg by signalled, so no bat involved. Perhaps impact outside. It looked like got a long way across her stumps there as she went down to sweep, so might have been the one thing that saved her. That was driven imperiously down the ground by Holland, but only as far as Maqsood on the boundary.
Yeah, it's just trying to see if I can get a replay.
That looks...
Because I thought that looked
very tight.
Pretty good.
I think perhaps impact outside. Hazel got a long way outside, or not a long way outside, but a long way across her stumps, and perhaps maybe turned too much as well, as that one just holds in the pitch a fraction and Hazel just defends.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe it was turning too much, having just reviewed it. Good decision then by the umpire.
That would be something that would make domestic cricket, men's and women's, very interesting, with third umpires involved or something along those lines. That one's just helped on its way around the corner. Could pick up a couple for it. No, good fielding in the end. They just get the one for it. Ends the over, 161 for 3. Hazel 1 not out at the moment. Holland's going really nicely, 64 off 65.
Yeah, it's an interesting question about having the TV review technology. I mean, obviously, it's not really kind of practical to think about introducing it for every single game because it is just so expensive, isn't it? But I just wonder the impact that has on you as the standing umpire, and the extent to which you have to umpire or feel that you're kind of umpiring perhaps subtly differently when you know you've got that technology available versus if you don't have it available.
Yeah, it would be, I think, because they obviously do a lot of training, the umpires, with the Hawkeye data to kind of help their predictions.
As Gardner in for her third over, having successfully completed 2. And Hazel played that just out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Oh, she she thought about a run there, Hazel. Played that out to, that's Gray, isn't it? Just in front of square on the leg side. Came a little way down the track and was then firmly sent back by Holland. So she's getting a little bit excited here, Jess Hazel on debut, currently on 1. And she has got that one through the ring field. And she will come down, and it's gone over the... Sorry, I've got there's a kind of block in the middle of my view with the window, so that's why I didn't see that had actually gone over the boundary for 4. That was actually played really nicely by Jess Hazel, so her first boundary of the day.
Yeah, exquisite shot there. Just a slog sweep, opened up her hips to launch that one between what is quite a packed leg side ring field. Gray just in front of square at square leg and mid wicket as well.
Hazel on strike again, taps that out into the offside that time for a single. Jogs down to the other end, moves on to 6. Set batter Holland, who's played really nicely already for her 64, now on strike for the last 2 balls of this over. Gardner in. Oh, and she's pulled that out to deep mid-wicket, and that is going to be 4 runs again.
Yeah, taking leaf out of Hazel's book there and using that slog sweep to great success again. Perhaps a fraction full from Gardner, but there's not a huge amount of protection on the leg side for her. It was just that one sweeper. I think that's Cordelia Griffith out there, and they are dropping back long on as well now. But it's been a couple really good sweeps so far this over.
That was a little bit less convincing. Round the corner, and the chase is on for Maqsood, who runs out to the deep fine leg boundary, manages to pick it up, and so Somerset finished that over 172 for 3.
Yeah, as it looks like we'll have a slight change in commentary, or is Sid going to join us as well? Change of commentary. Raf will be leaving, and as I teased there, Sid Sid Egan comes in as well, also from crickether.com. Just checking with .com.co.uk. As Grewcock continues here from Alice Cook ends, just flicked around the corner from Hazel first up there. How are you, Sid?
All good, thank you.
What have you made of the day's play so far? 30.1 overs in now.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not a day on which you really want to play cricket, is it? It's quite miserable out there.
Floated up from Grewcock and driven really well from Holland. Finds that bit of a pocket. They set off for 2, could be tight. Hazel makes it back in the end. I think it's a better throw, a really good throw. Could have had Hazel struggling there. They almost ran into each other, did Holland and Hazel, coming back for the second there. But they survive. That one's looked to be swept. Nothing on it, and a wide signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, so it's sort of dark and grey and a little bit miserable. It's spitting with rain here at Chelmsford, and the floodlights are on.
Yeah, still out for the moment. I'll have to have a look at the forecast, perhaps. And again, floated up and driven down the ground nicely from Holland, just around front pad, single first up.
I think Somerset will definitely be the happier of the 2 sides at the sort of 30 over mark, won't they?
Yeah, I think 3 down, in a really good position to push on here in the final 10 overs. Push on for the next 10 overs, and then the final 10 really look to go big. Still got a good few batters to come. Alex Griffiths and Amanda Jade Wellington, more than capable all-rounders at 6 and 7. That was swept nicely again from Hazel. Doesn't quite find the gap out there, and Kopac's just fielding down in front of the pavilion. 1 ball left in the over. Yeah, I've got the forecast up. There's quite high chances of rain over the next few hours, supposedly. And then this evening it lightens up a little bit, so hopefully that gets blown through quickly as we end the over with a scampered single. 179 for 3 as we're 31 overs in. And Somerset happier with the two sides, you saying, Sid?
Definitely, yes. They're looking at a score well in excess of 250 at the moment, and I think that they've had a very disappointing campaign in the T20 Blast, but they'll be looking at this as an opportunity to reset. And they come into this in 4th place in the table, I believe. So they've got every chance of making the final stages of this competition, and they'll be going, let's put the Blast season behind us. Let's try and move forwards, and this is a pretty positive start to that process.
Absolutely. Joe Gardner is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end here.
So Gardner to Hazel, who is sort of driving across the line a little, and there is no run. Gardner, right arm, and that's outside off stump, and that's cut through point, and they've get through for a single.
Yeah, Somerset currently in 4th on 17 points, 4 wins, 4 losses. Surrey just a point behind, 3 wins, 4 losses and a tie. And Durham behind them a couple more points as well. So it's pretty tight for that 4th place spot.
Gardner in, and Hazel pulling, and they'll come through for another single.
Even below them, Warwickshire on 11, so just 6 points behind Somerset.
And we won't talk about who's last in
No.
the One Day Cup table at the moment.
A challenging season for the home side here.
So Gardner to Holland, that's in the air, but it's safe. Maxud's running after it. She went for the slog sweep, got top edge, went over the keeper's head, just fell safe. They've scampered through for the single. That could have gone anywhere.
Seemingly a police chase here at rocketing through Chelmsford. Not sure if it's coming through the mics or not.
We've got the big road just behind us. So Gardner in, and Hazel is pulling to mid on, and that's fielded by Lissy McLeod, coming in from the deep, and there is no run. Gardner in, and that's on off stump, and that's pushed out backward a square on the offside, and there are runs there, fielded by Kate Kopak on the boundary.
Really nice shot there from Hazel. Kind of just opened the face a fraction and used her wrists really well to just sort of find that kind of gap in between backward point and the sweeper on the boundary to get through for a couple.
So we're at 184 for 3 after 32 overs. And a useful over for Somerset, and they'll keep on building the runs. And Essex desperately need a wicket, really, don't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, what have you made of Essex's bowling so far today? Obviously, Sophia Smale picking up a couple wickets, Gardner the third as well, and seemingly spin maybe has been a bit more effective.
Yeah, a little, but I mean, Essex have struggled with the ball, no doubt about that. They haven't been getting their lines right. There's perhaps something a little bit lacking in the plans. Looks like they've got kind of some quite fixed plans, and they're kind of sticking to them even when they're not being terribly effective.
Yeah, Kate Kopak back into the attack now. She bowled 3 overs up top, went for 24. One of those bowlers you're mentioning to struggle with her line a little bit. She comes in now, attacks the stump straight away. On the money, first up from Kate Kopak there. Really good start from the seamer. Just bowling to Niamh Hollands.
Yeah, Kate Kopak had an excellent season last season, and it's felt like a bit of a breakthrough season for her, but it's not been quite as hot this season.
And she comes again. Into the hang on a leg stump that time and flicked nicely by Holland round to Abtahar Maqsood at fine leg. Get through for a couple. Holland's into the 78 now. Faster than a runner ball. She's batted excellently. Opening the batting. First up with Bex Odgers. She fell for 35. Then partnering the skipper Sophie Luff, who made 27, and then Fran Wilson, who also made 27. She's been here throughout so far. Can Kopak dismiss her though, make that change? It's driven airily, and she has! Kate Kopak does exactly just that. Picks up the wicket, makes that change, and dismisses
Little lack
Holland.
of concentration there for a moment, wasn't it? It was that was a poor shot after having done so much hard work, and she'll be kicking herself because she would have been starting to look at that 100 mark.
Yeah, she batted so well.
So
But in the
obstinately.
end, yeah, in the end, just flashes at a wide one and sends an aerial catch. A pretty simple one in the end to Jodie Grucock at backwards point, who just snatches it up and takes it excellently.
Really no need to go chasing it. I think that's what she'll be telling herself when she looks back at that. She should have left it alone. It's what she's done pretty effectively so far today. She's picked her moments. As we said, she's been going at more than a runner ball. So it's been effective, but she hasn't, been really attacking. She's kind of batted within herself, which is the right thing to do in that situation, anchoring the innings. But that's all over now, and that's the breakthrough that Essex really wanted. They needed a wicket, and if they'd been able to choose one, that would be the one they would have chosen.
Absolutely. Alex Griffiths, seam bowling all-rounder, comes out now at number 6. Perhaps actually, she generally has batted at kind of the middle order and swapped around a little bit with the manager Jade Wellington, who's in at 7. So we'll see how she faces up now. Kate Kopak finds the outside half of the bat. Griffiths runs that down towards Grucock again. No run though, sent back by Hazel. Yeah, there's definitely seemingly been a change to Kopak. She was, as I was saying, a little bit loose early on and was punished for it. Pretty uneconomical, but this over has been very, very efficient so far. Picked up that big wicket of Niamh Holland as well. And again finds the outside half of the bat. Big dive from Grucock, can't stop the ball. They'll push for a couple. Lissy McLeod gathers down there on the third man boundary and just one for it, but Griffiths off the mark.
Yeah, challenging situation for Griffiths, really. She's more happy, I think, coming in a little bit later when she can kind of attack towards the end of the innings. So she I think ideally she'd rather not be in this early, but she needs to kind of, she needs to dig in and just a little bit, make sure she's still there.
It's just dropped out towards Cordelia Griffith. Ends Kate Kopak's over. A fabulous first over back for the seamer. Gets a high five for congratulations by her new ball partner Eva Gray there to end it. Somerset 187, but 4 down now, 33 overs in. 17 overs still to play. It's a long time to go.
Yeah, and that's the challenge for Griffiths. She needs to make sure that she stays in for as many of those overs as possible. So she needs to not go too hard. The temptation for her will be to kind of hit out and try and clear the ring, and that's when you get caught, as we just saw. These aren't the easiest conditions to be playing in. It's very, very overcast. You haven't got the good sight. The floodlights are on, but your sight of the ball isn't going to be the best. So dig in a little bit. She can take some time. She can afford to do that. They've got a good platform. This is her opportunity to kind of score 50 off 50 balls rather than attacking and scoring 30 off 20, say. So Jo Gardner to continue, and and that was a little bit of a close my eyes and swing from Alex Griffiths there.
Yeah, not listening to a commentary close enough said.
That's probably not what the coaching staff want to see at that point. So Griffiths driving that time, and there's a dive on the short, and that's gone through. It's just going to be fielded by Grace Crivens, just short of the boundary. And they've taken, what, 3 there? I think
Yeah,
it
they
is
managed
3.
to, yeah.
Gosh.
Beat the diver Smale
There was
first
yeah.
up, and I think
Smale
Scrivens,
dived, Scrivens had a long way to chase.
yeah, I think she got possibly got a hand on it when she dove and just took a little bit of pace off it, and then it died just before the rope. But it does allow them through for 3, and Hazel to face up again now.
So Gardner to Hazel. And that's in the air. That's pulled out towards cow corner. That'll be fielded by Cordelia Griffiths. They're thinking about a second run. They're not going to take it. That was a wise thing to not do.
Sensible there. Griffiths turned and went. I think it's the way you want to run with that intensity.
Yeah, look for that
Feels
second
under
run,
pressure.
but
Don't take it.
yeah.
Gardner will continue with her off spin. Picked up that big wicket of Fran Wilson.
Griffiths facing a slightly open stance. Gardner's bowling onto the offside, and that's played out on the offside, cut onto the offside. Single taken. Gardner in, and Hazel is driving.
Sort of almost a Yorker there from Gardner, and Hazel looking to try and play expansively through the offside, can only pick out Smale there at extra cover.
Gardner in, and that's also in the air, but it's quite safe. That's pulled in the V, and that's, I assume that's Listy McLeod down there.
It is, yeah.
And there is a single. So Hazel remain on strike for the next over. That is the over. 34 overs gone, 193 for 4. Hazel on 13. Griffiths on 5.
Yeah, we've seen Hazel look to slog sweep quite a lot so far today, and has generally done so pretty well. Picked up a boundary or 2 with it, and a lot of other singles and 2s around as well. Should be a little bit careful. We saw the first wicket fall when Odgers looked to slog sweep Sophia Smale. Just found a top edge that went straight up to Amara Carr. There's been a few that have just leapt a little bit off the pitch as well. Kopaxson again, down the leg side first up, but possibly flicks something on the way through. Not signalled as a wide.
Must have got a bit of bat on that.
Yeah. But it was well smothered behind the stumps from Amara Carr, who has had a decent showing so far. Catch and a stumping. Kopak continues here from the Sir Alistair Cook ends. That was just pushed out towards the offside boundary. Joe Gardner attacks that one.
Yeah, Amara Carr, of course, for the last couple of months has been sitting on her heels a little bit as Lauren Winfield Hill has been keeping wicket for Essex in the T20 Blast. So she's had to kind of take a back seat to the former England star, but she's back for this competition.
Full and straight. Almost a caught and bowled there. Hits Kopak hard. She's still down. I think frustration as much as pain there. That would have been a very good return catch from Kate Kopak. It was hit really firmly back at her from Griffiths.
She took it right in. Yeah, if it had hit me there, it would have been very uncomfortable. I can tell you that.
I think she'll be a little bit disappointed, but it was would have been a spectacular catch. Yeah. That one's again worked out towards the offside.
Alex Griffiths just apologising to Kate Kopak there. Arm round the shoulder. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, been a couple drops so far today. Saw McLeod put down an equally tough chance in the ninth over, sorry, as well. That was short and an identical shot. We've seen a lot of runs coming out, just sort of the back foot punch out towards the cover boundary.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery, honestly. She kind of got away with one there. Lucky to get away with just a single.
Yeah, just 3 runs from the first 5 deliveries of Kopac's over here. Wide again, and again cut out to the offside for another single. 4 runs from the over for Kopak. It's been a really impressive return to the attack after a loose first 3 overs, but she's fought back well, got that wicket last over as well of Niamh Holland, the crucial wicket of Holland. She was 78 not out.
Yeah, just a couple of looser deliveries at the end. She needs to tighten that up if she's going to come back for another over.
Looks
If you hang that outside off stump, then the more aggressive batters are going to really punish you. She's been slightly fortunate to get her with a couple of singles at the end there.
Yeah, Sophia Smale.
See Smale again. Smale's really been the pick of the Essex bowling today, hasn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been impressive to see her just develop throughout the season. Obviously still pretty young, just 20 years old, an all-rounder as well. Decent bat. She's a little bit looser early on in the season, but has found herself today.
So Smale, left armour, coming across the stumps and her run up. And there is no run off the first delivery. Smale to Griffiths. And Griffiths just driving back to the bowler again. Once again, no run. Griffiths cutting, and that'll be fielded by Cordelia Griffiths on the ring, who whips the ball in, but they're through for a single. Mara Carr takes it and returns it to Smale. 3 balls done. Aisley's back in her crease and sort of pulling into the V. They'll come through for a single. Lissy McLeod jogs in to field it. No danger of 2 runs there, so Lissy McLeod just underarms it back. Smale to Griffiths now. And Griffiths has pushed that into the offside. That's going to be cut off on the boundary. They take the 1 run, they think about a second. They're not going to.
No, it's
Not going to chance it.
It's a very short boundary out towards what is the offside from this end. 200 up for Somerset with that as well.
So Smale in, and it'll be fielded by Lissy McLeod again. And it is another single, and that is the over. So four singles off the over. We are at 201 for 4 off 36 overs.
Yeah, Smale continues to be really impressive so far today. 2 for 26 she's going for at the moment.
Yeah, making it hard for the batters to score, pitching it up, not giving them much room to play shots.
Yeah, just around the rest of the grounds, we already talked about Hampshire against Surrey. They're continuing to push on. They're 165 for 4 at the moment. 171 for 4 even. Freya Kempen and Abby Norgrove in. Boucher fell for 51. Similarly, Durham are going well down at Chesterley Street against Lancashire. They're 157 for 3. Just under 35 overs in. Holly Armitage 62 not out as Kopak comes in and flick round the corner first up just for a leisurely single to Abtaha Maqsood. And finally the Blaze have finally got underway as they host Warwickshire. They're 15 without loss, 2.4 overs in, and the game's been reduced 39 overs aside at the moment. A few other more than interesting games around the country today. Kopak continues and again just defends down the grounds.
Decent delivery on the stumps.
Yeah, Griffiths has been, since that one sort of half LBW shout, has been much more watchful. She is a more than capable batter. Has made 46 high score this season against Lancashire, but is also known for her bowling. Good all-rounder. She just defends again. And, mix up there. Hazel could be run out. Got to be taken. Slightly dodgy throw in from Grucock there. Was always going to be tight. Hazel was going to be close to get back. Got a long way down before being sent back by Griffiths. And in the end is safe.
Poor throw. Kate Kopak, not much she could do with it, unfortunately.
Griffiths flicks down through the leg side. Misfield by Gray. Just scoots under her. Down towards the boundary. It is 4 runs picked up there by Griffiths. A nice shot off the front foot. Flicked into the leg side. Gray, slight misfield. Got a hand to it, but not enough to stop the ball. Yeah, just sort of skidded under Gray along the turf.
Wasn't a terrible delivery at all, but unfortunately with the fielding.
I think a thick inside edge into the pad there from Griffith, but a dot ball either way. She was thinking of getting down the other ends. 1 ball remains in Kopak's 6th over here.
And it's been a good one so far.
Yeah, just a single other than the boundary. As we see Eva Gray drop out to the rope now as well. Deep square, fine leg, and the sweeper on the cover boundary as well. Into the leg side. They'll get through for a single. Amara Carr collects in there at square leg. And it's a leg bye as well. 206 for 4. 207 for 4 even, Somerset. 37 overs gone. Griffiths 13 not out off 17. Jess Hazel's been a little bit stodgy for her, 18 off 26, but these two just rebuilding as much as anything else at the moment. Pick of the bowlers, Sophia Smale, 2 from 26 to continue now, and a wicket each for Kate Kopak and Jo Gardner.
Yeah, I think Hazel's doing everything that's been asked of her. Really, she's come in, she's made some runs. I don't think that people are going to be expecting her to go a lot faster than she's done, as Griffiths is pulling into the leg side, and that's fielded on the boundary. That's going to be 1 run.
Yeah, nice little pull shot there from Griffiths. Slightly airily towards mid-wicket, but just beside
plenty of
her
space
nets.
out there.
Yeah.
And Hazel is sweeping, and she's going to get 1 run for it. They're going to think about a second. They are going to come back for the second.
Yeah, smart cricket there from Hazel. A vast expanse down there at fine leg. You've got Eva Gray, that is, out there at deep backward square. Actually, just deep square, more regulation. She's got to cover a lot of ground.
So Hazel again to face, and there's a half strangled appeal from Smale.
I think that might have been a thick outside edge. Just wrong footing Amara Carr behind the stumps. Not really an opportunity. But Smale's found the edge a fair few times today, alongside a couple wickets.
So Griffiths on 14, Smale in. Griffiths is cutting. That will be fielded on the ring, and there will be no run.
Yeah, well watched by Jodie Grucock there. Ball spinning in front of her. Does well to get a body behind it.
2 deliveries remaining in Smale's over. Here is the first. And Griffiths sort of tucking it into the leg side, backward of square. That will be fielded by Ava Gray coming in from the boundary. And they take the single that's on offer. Right, last ball of the over. Smale to Hazel. And that's on off stump. And Hazel is trying to sweep. It's a little bit of bat on it, probably not as much bat as she wanted. But it's enough for a single. So 38 overs done. Yeah. So Smale does rush through her overs, doesn't she? She gets through them very quickly. She has her run up is 2 or 3 paces.
Yeah, stands and just in front of the umpire. And then, yeah, as you say, flies through, and particularly when she's bowling as well as she is today and barely conceding a run, just means goes through to a fielder, back to the bowler, and off she goes again. As we see a change of bowling, some more leg spin. Essex do have a lot of leg spinning options. Maksud on now, Grewcock's bowled, and Penner came on inside the power play as well. Let alone their off-spin all-rounders. And Joe Gardner. Smales obviously left-arm finger spin, and yet to see Grace Scrivens, the skipper.
Yeah, Scrivens bowled a fair bit in the T20 Blast.
Often took the new ball as well in the competition.
Didn't bowl as much in the 50-over competition earlier in the season as Maksud is in.
Yeah, a short first up from Maksud, and a wide signalled by Middlesbrough there. Just dragged that one down the leg side.
Yes, definitely a loosener.
That was pulled away nicely off the back foot from Hazel. Just for the one, out to Kate Kopak. Coming across in front of the pavilion.
It was a better delivery from Maksud.
Yeah, 33 Maksud's gone for off her first 5.1 overs. Economy 6.4. Feels like she's bowled a bit better than the figures suggest. That was floated up and driven nicely into the offside by Griffiths. They'll push a slight slip there from Joe Gardner. Allows them comfortably through for the second in the ends. Very unlucky for Gardner and Essex there, but again another good flighted delivery from Maksud. Up again and driven back down towards her. Strong hand stops the ball. Good fielding off her own bowling there, the spinner.
Yeah, that one was hit hard.
Griffiths, a very powerful player here. Floated up again, and again back towards the bowler. I think she looked to try and hit that one a little bit squarer through the offside, but didn't connect and headed back towards the bowler.
Yeah, I'm just throwing them up there, tempting her to hit out, and Alex Griffiths at the moment isn't being tempted.
Yeah, not biting. She just pushes that one out. Want to come back for two. And they should make it. They do indeed. Good running there from Hazel. Had two in her mind the whole time. And just set off fast, turned and went. It's always risky taking on the arm of Joe Gardner, but Hazel was happy to that time. Almost Yorks Griffiths that time, but just jabs that one out down the grounds to end the over. 220 for 4, 39 overs gone, 11 overs to go, 6 wickets still in hand here, Sid. Do you think that this is kind of the time to really push on, or still take it even deeper?
I mean, this is a great platform, isn't it? But I don't think there's a huge amount of batting at the very bottom of the orders. I think they need to be a little bit careful. If they lose a couple of wickets, that's probably a lot to ask of the people that are coming in at 9, 10, 11 here.
Yes. So Amanda J. Wellington carded at 7, a very, very good all-rounder. It's Chloe Skelton in at 8, who is, I think, technically an all-rounder on the Somerset website. It's made 24 not out and a 25 as well against Surrey this year. But below that, Ellie Anderson, Molly Robbins and Olivia Barnes at 9, 10, 11, none of which have made 20 this year. So I think you are right. There's not a lot to come. There's still a little bit with Wellington and Skelton, but perhaps maybe a few
probably wait
overs.
to 42 overs maybe. Yeah. If I was playing fantasy cricket, that would be that.
Eva Gray returns here.
So a little bit more pace. Gray is bowling. That's on the offside. Good length. And that's driven into the offside for a single.
Yeah, nice shot first up by Griffith there. She's into the 20s now, catching up with Hazel.
Gray's in off quite a long run, and that's on off stump, and Gray is reaching for it. Can't quite field off her own bowling. Rush through for the single. Fielded by Sophia Smale, I think.
Couldn't quite tell if that was either an off cutter or it just nipped back a long way, because that almost completely wrong-footed Hazel there and sort of cut back towards the top of the bails. She did play it well in the end, though.
Greater Griffiths. Griffiths is in the air, but it's safe. It's past Cordelia Griffith.
Yeah, almost Griffith to Griffith there.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a mouthful to say. One of them's got an S, one of them hasn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is safe, and they come through for the run. So Hazel to face Overgray. Overgray's bowling a full-length delivery on the stumps, and Hazel tucks that off her toes into the leg side.
Yeah, we've got Alex Griffiths batting at the moment. Cordelia Griffith in their extra cover. I did a game, where was it? Gloucestershire against Glamorgan, I want to say. It might have been Derbyshire. And we had, the two batters were both called Charlotte Phillips, and the bowler was also a Phillips.
As Gray is in again, and Griffiths tucks that off her pads into the leg side.
So in theory,
Take the single.
Yeah, in theory, we could have had a bowled Phillips, caught Phillips, Phillips, bowled Phillips, caught Phillips in the game, which would have been a fun one. Not quite as much of a mouthful as you say with the two Griffith, or the Griffith and the Griffiths in this game here.
So Gray to Hazel, and that's on the stumps, and that's in the air, but it's going to fall safe. They're going to take one, they're going to think about the second. They need to be quite careful, and Amara Carr gives a little appeal, but I think she knew that the batter was safe. So that's the over. 40 overs gone, 227 for 4. So Somerset definitely looking at a score well in excess of 250.
Yeah, I think a few wickets for Essex will really pin them back, you'd assume, but that's probably the only way Essex can keep right in this fight and sort of draw Somerset back from that 250 mark, as you were saying there, Sid.
Yeah, and if they can get up to sort of 270, 280, if they can go on the attack now. I mean, they do have, as you said, batters to come that can potentially hit those quick runs.
Floated up here from Maksud and driven nicely first up by Griffiths out towards Scrivens at mid-off. Yeah, only
Amanda J. Wellington can hit quick runs.
Yeah,
I can easily imagine her hitting 40 odd off 30 balls.
Floated up again and swept firmly out towards Maddie Penner at Cow Corner. Another nice shot there from the Somerset batter.
Just the single.
That one's slammed down the ground. It's going to be one bounce down towards Eva Gray. I think slightly luckily for Griffiths, doesn't fully get a hold of it. Otherwise Eva Gray could have been in with a catching opportunity there.
I thought it might just be within reach there, but probably a metre short enough.
It's just paddled out towards Cordelia Griffith at extra cover. Yeah, only once. Again to Griffith, sorry. Only once have Essex this season scored 250 in a game. They ended up still falling short of Hampshire's 273. And it was very reliant on a Scrivens ton. But that's their only 250 plus score. And again floated up by Maksud. Doesn't get a hold of the ball when she dives across the stumps, but ends with a single nonetheless. Pretty tidy over again. 4 from it. Somerset onto 2-3-1 for 4. Hazel 29 not out. Griffiths 25 not out. As we're into the final 9 overs here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford.
230. It's 280 ought to actually be well within the kind of rate that they're going. So, and that's going to be a tough score for Essex to chase, I would suggest. If we see another Scrivens century, then maybe.
You'd assume perhaps the way that they have been successful. Although the one game they've won, I don't think Scrivens made a huge amount. McLeod made a very aggressive attacking 45 at the top of the order, and then Jody Grewcock made an impressive 73 to kind of carry them home against Lancashire. But other than that, they've often fallen short and a lot of their chasers. Closest, they lost to Surrey here, last game of the One Day Cup, and Joe Gardner was going ballistic at the end, but they had too much to do, really.
Right, Kate Kopak has switched ends. So she's coming from the far end, now bowling towards us in the commentary position. And there is no run off that first ball.
Yeah, I spoke to Eva Gray at the beginning of the year, just after she took a fifer against Warwickshire, and she was saying that, well, this season this has been Kopak's usual ends, the Graham Gooch ends.
And that's in the air, but that's safe, and it's going to be cut off. Going to just get one for that.
Yeah,
but perhaps a sign that they're starting to look to attack a little bit more. That was, a big swing of the bat there.
Yeah, seemingly so. Looking to try and slam one over the offside. But yeah, so Kate Kopak usually now bowls from the Graham Gooch end this end, but apparently last year Eva Gray and her used to come in from opposite ends, but since that fifer they've stayed put.
That's an in the air as well from Griffiths. I think that Somerset are definitely going on the attack a bit more here. And I would imagine they're not targeting Kopak, because she was looking pretty threatening in her last couple of overs. So I think they've just made a decision that they're going to go. So we've seen a couple hit in the air. Haven't found the boundary yet this over.
Yeah, you sort of suggested, I think, the 42 over marks did. It's 41. It's not a bad guess from you either way. But as you say, Kopak continues.
So Kopak to Griffiths.
Yeah, very much being aggressive now. Yeah. Use of feet there from Griffiths.
Came down a little. Trying to get the big shot. Didn't make full contact.
I think it's probably a smart decision from Somerset to try and up the ante a bit. We talked about Amanda Jade Wellington still to come, one of the most destructive batters in the whole competition.
Kopak to Griffiths, and that's a decent delivery from Kopak. That's right through Griffiths as she's looking to push it leg side.
Yeah, nailed the Yorker, just missed the leg stump by maybe an inch at most. I feel like that's happened almost a few times for Essex. They've been a little bit unlucky. Balls have sort of bounced or gripped and turned a bit too much at times and not been far away from the stumps. But Somerset have generally batted pretty sensibly.
Go back to Griffiths. That's on the stumps again, sitting up a little bit, and Griffiths is sweeping. It'll be picked up on the boundary by Abta Maqsood, and they'll get a couple. So that is the over, and
as we have another change in commentary stint here, Sids is relieved by Raf again. And Maqsood looks to continue hers. We're not an umpire down there, just convening. I couldn't see Julia Jarvis. She's hidden in the middle of the pitch by James Middlebrook. Not sure what they're talking about. They were looking at the ball a lot early on in the innings. The two new white balls. Essex didn't seem particularly happy with it.
Well, you can bet that Grace Scrivens will be absolutely right on the ball. That wasn't actually meant to be a pun in terms of what's happening with the cricket ball. And I'm just waiting for Sid, who's just gone off air, to realise that I just put up a Blue Sky post suggesting that he'd been on commentary far too long without mentioning that he thinks Grace Scrivens should be the England captain.
Well, we can talk about it next innings, perhaps, when Scrivens will be opening the batting for Essex. Reverse sweep first up and almost dismissed. Hits the bottom of Hazel's pad there. The only thing, perhaps, which keeps it away from the stumps. Turned down by the umpire in the end. Possibly impact outside off stump. They get through for a couple leg byes in the end. Hazel's looked to be pretty aggressive, as has Alex Griffiths the last couple overs.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to get a shifty on, aren't they?
Floated up again. Slogged into the leg side. Not quite going to have the legs to go to the rope. And Penner fields well. I'll scamper through for the second. Good running by Alex Griffiths there.
Yeah, that was a good bit of fielding from Penner. Just as she threw the ball back in, she slipped over because it is a bit of a slippery outfield. Because as you were talking about earlier, it has been raining a little bit here. So we have got a damp outfield for the fielders to contend with.
Floated up again and reverse sweep comes out again by Hazel. But again, doesn't quite have the power on it. Only picks up one with Joe Gardner. Oh, they could come back for a second. They will. More overthrows here. I think that's the second of the day for Essex. Slightly sloppy. Gardner fielding just took a slightly awkward bounce off those practice wickets. Those used wickets in front of Amara Carr. Popped over her shoulder and no backing up behind her means they get back for the second in the end. Hazel deep into the leg side, but not deep enough. Couple bounces and out towards Maddie Penner.
Just thought that wasn't quite sure where that was going to land for a minute, but in the end it was well in front of Penner.
Floated up again and could be stumped. It is. Carr with her second stumping of the day. Brilliant flight and guile to deceive Alex Griffiths there. And it's the first wicket of the day for Abtaha Maqsood. A well-deserved wicket. She's bowled tidily. And Alex Griffiths goes for 29 from 35 balls. She batted well throughout. We were talking about the fact that a quick-fire innings was perhaps not what Somerset needed. She batted very sensibly for those 29. It brings Amanda Jade Wellington to the crease as well.
Oh, here we go. We were just saying that Somerset were trying to add a little bit more impetus to the innings. Well, there's not a much more impetus-y player out there on the women's domestic circuit at the moment than Amanda Jade Wellington. I don't think impetus is a word, but let's pretend it is. She's certainly one of those who you would expect. She's either gonna get out first ball or she's gonna absolutely smash it all round the ground. So this could be quite interesting now for Somerset. But as you say, it was a good innings from Griffiths, and that's Carr's second stumping of the day. She's having a decent outing out there behind the stumps.
Yeah, catch as well. First catch of the day.
Absolutely.
Top edge from Odgers. Yeah, I think 7.1 overs remaining here. If Wellington bats through those 7 overs, it could be a very big total for Essex to chase. If Maqsood can pick up an early wicket, or Essex can pick up an early wicket and get Wellington back in the pavilion, it could be theirs to claw back into. Looks to try and skid one through. Single first up. Safely run in the end, and Wellington off strike, well, retained strike in the end at the end of the over.
She's stolen the strike. She was obviously quite keen. I think that was a strategic single. I'm going to pick it up at the next over and face the maximum deliveries possible. And I'm guessing that's what the coach will be wanting her to do as well, Trevor Griffin.
Yeah, Hazel 35 or 43 at the moment. Has been pretty watchful for her first sort of 25 runs. In the last couple overs has really looked to try and take on the Essex bowling attack. A lot of slog sweeps, but also a few reverses in there as well. Sophia Smale, pick of Essex's bowlers so far today, back into the attack. 2 for 25 from her first 8. She's only got 2 overs remaining though. She's bowling to Amanda Jade Wellington here.
Could be a good contest. Smale in. Wellington swings hard round the corner and they'll come through for a single. She didn't quite connect with that as she wanted to. It's well picked up by Maqsood there, short fine leg.
Yeah, 3 sweepers out on the leg side here. They're also bringing Maqsood into mid-wicket in the ring. McLeod taking her place at short fine leg. The other fielder outside the ring, out there at deep point.
Smaling again, and it's a reverse from Hazel, but she doesn't connect.
How did that miss the stumps? Not far away at all. I've seen Hazel look to that reverse a few times today.
Really good knock from her on debut. Smail in. And that was a conventional sweep that time from Hazel. Sweeps out to Gardner in the deep, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, 2 debutants combined for over 100 runs so far today. Not a bad effort, and Holland an all-rounder. We might see her bowl. Hazel will take the gloves as well, so could be a busy day for those 2.
Absolutely. Smail in now for the 4th ball of this over. Swept again by Wellington that time, and that will go for 4 runs. She's got that far enough behind square. It's too far round for Jo Gardner, and that brings up the Somerset 250. So Wellington starting to do her job here at the back end as they seek to accelerate a little bit.
Yeah, 43.4 overs. 250s up in. Still a fair way to go here in the innings.
Wellington waits, plays that out down to mid-wicket, and it's that Gray who's just run in to field that. They get through for a single.
It's interesting. I feel like Smale this over's bowled a little bit differently than what she was successful at in the first 8 overs she bowled. She's looking to sort of spear it in towards leg stump a bit more, and it allowed Wellington to sweep for 4, and we've seen a few of those pick up some singles as well.
And Hazel's connected with that one well, and it will go for 4. It's bisected the fielders there on the leg side. Another good shot from Hazel, who moves to 40.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the over. Somerset 255 for 5 now, with 6 overs to come of this innings.
Yeah, really good knock from Jess Hazel so far. She's just picked up the rate a little bit in the last few overs. That last one, she used her bottom hand, I think, really well to kind of whip it into the leg side a lot today. A lot of slog sweeps, similar with the pull shots as well. And then actually, even when she's looking to reverse, it's similarly risky, put out towards the offside in a kind of almost mirror image. As we see Evangeline Wellington facing up now. Kate Kopak back in from the Sir Alistair Cook ends.
Yeah, so she's 1 for 41 off 7 overs so far today.
Yeah, she's fought back well after a expensive opening spell, Kopak. Picked up the wicket of Niamh Holland. Made 78 on debut. Kopak in again. And that one, a good extra yard of pace on it felt like. Skipped on through towards Carr behind the stumps as Wellington looked to try and slam that one out into the offside.
Yeah, a bit lucky not to get a nick on that. Just to clarify, we were talking about Holland being on strike. She, I'm told, has actually been coming back from an injury that she sustained over the winter, a stress fracture of her back, so that's why she's making her debut today. She'd made a comeback for Somerset from that injury in the blast, and now here she is finally getting to make her 50 over debut, and what a debut it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got another 50 odd overs for her debut to go. As you see that one, a wide signal by the umpire, also sort of came off Amara Carr's knee behind the stumps and popped up into the air. And they get through for some runs as well. Just having a little chat. I think Wellington perhaps offering some words of wisdom to the 20-year-old Jess Hazel. That's That's a really good Yorker there from Kopak. Speared in towards the pads and the toes of Jess Hazel. Can't get anything on it. Dot ball. Yeah, just to demonstrate how dangerous Amanda J. Wellington is. Been striking at 145 in the One Day Cup this year.
Oh, brilliant.
I think it was nearer 200 in the Blast. So she can go big if she wants to. Can Kopak stop it though? And that one flies through. Another leg stump Yorker. It's going to be 4. No, really well fielded on the rope down there from Taha Maqsood. There was a thin inside edge, I think, from Hazel. I mean, she picks up a couple forward as well. No leg buys or buys signalled. But you can see Kopak is definitely trying to nail a straight Yorker here. She has done so well, but have been a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, a bit of luck from Somerset there. But as you say, excellent bit of fielding on the boundary because it's not easy. It was a little bit slippery there, so well done, Maqsood.
Almost onto our own stumps there. Wellington's through for a single. And Carr misses the stumps, looking to be a lioness as much as anything else there.
She absolutely was, yeah. Taking inspiration from the Euros. Ran forward, tried to kick it onto the stumps and went very wide.
Yeah, slightly sliced that one, I think. It would have been tight. Yeah.
Sid said, don't let her take a penalty. Thanks for that, Sid. I wasn't sure if that would be picked up by the mic or not.
Wellington facing up again now. And Kopak just pulling out. Interestingly there, the previous delivery, Wellington looking to back up, wasn't looking at Kate Kopak at all, was just sort of almost set up like a sprinter, ready to go, just not even holding her bat sort of back in the crease, was just looking to just hair down the other end and did exactly that. There's Kopak and Scrivens just having a chat. No adjustment to the field or anything though. Maybe just wanted her skipper to know something. That one struck on the pads. Big appeal from Kopak, but I think heading down the leg side there and turned down in the end. Leg by as Amanda J. Wellington gets down the other end.
Yeah, Kopak looked very convinced by that, but she was certainly the most enthusiastic appealer.
I think maybe impact in line with leg stump and probably tailing down.
Yeah.
One ball to go in Kopak's 8th over, sorry. And that one slammed into the leg side. 4 runs, I think there it is. Jess Hazel nails that one over cow corner, moves on to 47. Somerset's 266 for 5. With 5 overs to go. 300 is very much where they'll be looking.
That was a really beautiful shot there from Jess Hazel, one of the shots of the day. You could just hear it came right off the middle of the bat, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, just fraction too short, I reckon. Kopak was probably looking for that Yorker again. Ended up being a half volley and Jess Hazel cashed in to leather that one over the leg side.
So Somerset 265 for 5 with 5 overs remaining. Interesting to think about what they might be looking to get from here. With Wellington on strike, facing up to Smale. This will be her last over of the day. Wellington comes down the track and drives not massively successfully, so they'll get 1. She didn't quite connect with that in the way that she wanted to. Wellington moves to 8 from 7 balls. So Hazel back on strike now on 47. What can she do? She goes for the reverse again. Seems to be a bit of a favoured shot for her. And picks up a single for it.
Yeah, again, that one was speared, outside leg stump from Smale. But Hazel obviously premeditated that reverse and looking to try and find some space into the offside.
Wellington coming down the track again. Drives. Out down to long on for a single.
3 balls in Smale's spell left. He's got to try and finish strong here. That's been impressive. Couple big wickets as well of Odgers and Luff.
Yeah, she really helped swing things back in Essex's favour at a time when Somerset were getting away. Hazel strikes that well. Out down to the deep on the leg side, and that will bring up her 50 on debut. Wow, this has been a really impressive innings from the youngster. 50 off 52 balls.
Yeah, she accelerated really, really well. She was pretty stodgy and struggling to really find the middle of the bat in her first 20 or so runs, but has just gone big since then. Picked up a few boundaries, swept really well, pulled really well as well.
And she's boshed that one again, out through mid-off that time, and it will go for 4.
Yeah, pretty expensive end to Smale's spell here. Still got 1 more ball to go. But a lovely shot off the back foot from Hazel there. Almost offering a catching opportunity to the bowler, but just evades Smale in the end.
So 1 ball to come from Smale. The batters, Hazel and Amanda Jade Wellington, just convening for a minute in the middle of the pitch. They've had a chat. And she goes for the reverse again of this final ball. It's heading out,
4.
and it has gone for 4. So Hazel moves to 58, Somerset to 278 for 5, and Smale's figures in the end taking a little bit of a hammering there. She finishes on 2 for 56.
Yeah, really, really good over for Somerset. Picked up a couple boundaries, a few singles as well. And Jess Hazel really ramping up the pressure onto the home sides. She's just finding gaps all around the park. She found a few pockets as well out towards Cow Corner, similar to Wellington, that they've used pretty well to rotate the strike, as they did with Alex Griffiths before that. But now it's Eva Gray's turn to come back into the attack. She's got 2 overs remaining, so we'll bowl the 47th, this one, and the penultimate, the 49th, coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That's swept up in the air. It's going to find the gap though, and it's going to find the boundary. Wellington this time joining in on the fun. She moves into the double figures. Slog sweeping Eva Gray for 4 runs.
Yeah, Penner was running round in an unsuccessful attempt to cut it off. Just a bit too much ground for her to make up there.
Yeah, it's a short boundary out there towards the leg side, and if you kind of get anything on it, it's quick outfield here at Chelmsford, even though there is a bit of rain, and it's rained a fair bit the last few days, the last week or two. Definitely a little bit slower, but still electric here at Chelmsford. Use of feet, and that one's just chipped down the ground for a single. Wellington rotating the strike, getting Jess Hazel back on.
Just feels like it's getting a bit darker here. We've had these clouds overhead for pretty much the whole innings, and obviously the floodlights have been on for most of the day as well. Just sensing the wind picking up slightly.
That one's sliced over the offside. Could be another boundary. Not quite got the legs on it, no. Jo Gardner rounds quickly from her position at deep cover. Cuts that one off. And they just pick up a couple for it in the end. Yeah, it was bright blue skies when I first got here today at Chelmsford. Probably about 45 minutes, an hour or so before the game got underway, and it just got darker and darker and darker. And now there's no blue skies at all. And that one's launched down the ground. Catching opportunity. Taken. Kate Kopak makes no mistake. A brilliant innings on debut for Jess Hazel comes to an end. Eva Gray with the wicket. but 60 or 55 for the 20-year-old wicketkeeper has been more than brilliant for Somerset as they look to go near 300, maybe over 300 in the final few overs here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford.
Yeah, really impressive catch there from Kopak, actually, who ran in from the boundary rope and positioned herself in exactly the right place to take that catch very solidly. But she anticipated it early and just got herself right in exactly the correct place to take the catch. So it was one of those where, as she took it, it looked easy, but she'd done the hard yards, positioning herself in the correct place. And a really, really good knock there from Jess Hazel. Very impressive on debut. So Somerset 285 for 6 now in the 47th over.
Yeah, we see Chloe Skelton join Amanda Jade Wellington here. 2 balls remain in Gray's over. Full and straight first up and just flicked around the corner for a single. Gray again targeting the toes of the batter. 286 with 3.1 overs remaining. I think 300's under 300 would be a massive success for Essex here. 300 is a minimum probably for Somerset. Looks to slog sweep that one. Thin edge perhaps? No, turned down. Mara Carr behind the stumps. Really excited at that one, but not given. And it didn't really sound like there was an edge. Didn't particularly look like one either. And a dot ball to end the over. 3 overs remain.
3 overs remaining. It is now raining properly here. You can see the umbrellas going up round the ground and some of the members in front of the pavilion beating a hasty retreat just a few minutes before what would have been the scheduled innings break. But we are continuing here at Chelmsford. They're a hardy lot here in Essex, Toby.
Yeah. Umpires not even in discussion at the moment. Essex aren't particularly rushing to get through the final 3 overs either.
No, so we've got Kate Kopak here, who's just taken that good catch to see off Jess Hazel, is going to be resuming from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, actually, she switched ends, hasn't she?
She's been at both ends, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
She opened from this end to the Graham Gooch end.
So she's in, and Chloe Skelton, the new batter on strike, driving nicely out into the offside, and that's gone for 4.
Gorgeous strike from Skelton there.
Well, that'll help the Somerset progression. That takes them to 290 in the 48th over.
Yeah, just rocks onto the front foot and a glorious cover drive. Beats the fierce male on the rope in front of the pavilion.
Beautiful. Right, how can Kopak respond here? Skelton waits. Drives again. And it's gone for 4 again. This one went actually slightly backward of square in the end. Yeah, another 4 onto the total.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries. Skelton is seemingly enjoying herself as a bit of a death overs specialist. Comes in, 3 overs to go, and is just 9 off 3 at the moment. Absolutely flying.
Skelton. That was a better ball there from Kopak. Skelton defended, and they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, sort of bobbled out towards Gray. Possibly an opportunity at a run out there, but couldn't gather cleanly.
The ball must be quite wet.
Yeah, very, very much so. It is very heavy at the moment. I'm surprised they're still going. Maybe at the end of the over they'll call it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where you're so close to the innings break that perhaps they're just hoping they can wait it out, but it does look very dark. It's Kopak in again. Oh dear, and then we were just talking about the slippery ball. That's going to be a no ball above waist height, and it's gone for 4 as well to add insult to injury. Wellington pulled that behind square. And that will bring up the Somerset 300 in a manner that Essex will not be particularly happy with. But I guess that's what happens when you're playing in these conditions and bowling in these conditions, unfortunately.
Yeah, you've got a feel for Kate Kopak. It's going to be like a bar of soap out there. It is properly raining. The ground was already a little bit damp this morning. It has been a little bit of drizzle dotted throughout the innings, and now it's just, as you say, adding insult to injury with a full toss that was whipped away for 4.
Yes, and Wellington now gets a free hit, which could be quite fun. We talked about her being a particularly aggressive batter for Somerset, so let's see what she can do with this and what Kopak can do. Oh, Kopak running in there, but she's been stopped by the umpire. Not 100% sure why.
I think they're slight adjustment to the field is what they were arguing about.
Yes, you're not allowed to adjust the field when it's a free hit. So Captain Grace Scrivens will need to put the field back to how it was before. So take 2 of this free hit. Got back in. Gone down the leg side, and actually Wellington's only managed to get a single for that. Played it out into the offside.
Yeah, really good Yorker there from Kopak. Nailed her length. She knew she had to go very full with both fine leg and third man inside the ring. It was either going to be pace off or the Yorker, and she did exactly that. And all Wellington could really do was sort of prod that one out towards the offsides.
Yeah, very good response there from Kopak. So we've got 2 balls left of this over now. Somerset 301 for 6. Batter's just having a bit of a chat. And it will be Skelton on strike now, who's having a decent knock so far of a little cameo of 10 off 4. It's Kopak in. And Skelton plays that out backward of square into the leg side, and they picked up another single. Another decent ball there from Kopak.
Yeah, she's been a bit unlucky this over. 2 boundaries kicked it off, then the no ball full toss that went for 4 as well. So it's very expensive penultimate over here for Kate Kopak.
Yeah, 15 off it so far, I think, with 1 ball to come. Wellington on strike, who's on 19 off 13. Another decent ball there from Kopak, good length. Wellington defends it out into the offside, there's no run. So Somerset 302 for 6 with 2 overs to go. I think getting above 300 still feels quite psychologically important in 50 over women's cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I was saying that I think Essex have only passed 250 once this season, a game which they ended up losing to Surrey, I want to say it was. I can't remember now, I have to check my notes. To Hampshire, it was lost by 17. So 300 is very much an imposing total. And it's probably going to be down a lot to Grace Scrivens at the top of the order, and Lissy McLeod alongside her, who just goes hard early on. Slower ball there from Eva Gray, just cut away into the offsides.
Yeah, and the rain seems to have abated slightly, I want to say. So they are continuing. I mean, I suppose it's possible that Essex could end, and I guess this is why they decided to bowl first at the toss. It's possible that Essex could end up chasing a reduced target if rain does come.
Oh, really good ball from Eva Gray there. I think a slower ball makes Wellington wait on it, who moves outside her off stump in the end, but in the end just waves her bat at it as the ball skids on past.
You just see Wellington grinning a bit.
10 balls remain in the innings. Yusuf Featon into the pad there for Gray. Amara Carr putting in the hard yards. Picks it up. Ends up throwing it to Gray. Hits Wellington on the back. And again, another smile from Amanda Jade Wellington. I think knowing she was outfoxed a little bit by Eva Gray there.
Yeah, she's not quite gone as big so far as she would have wanted to, although overall I think this is a very good end by Somerset.
And that one's whipped away into the leg side, out towards Maddie Penner. Just a single for Skelton though. Picked up a couple boundaries early on and has just otherwise looked to get Wellington back on strike. Three sweepers out on the leg side, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, and deep cover on the offside as well. Outside off, full toss, slammed into the leg side, one bounce for Amanda J. Wellington, going big with a boundary there. Full toss from Eva Gray, and Wellington makes no mistake putting that one away out towards the pavilion here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a gift, unfortunately. We've talked about the slippery ball, but yeah, full toss to Wellington, outside off stump. She's not going to miss many of those.
Yeah, the rain's coming down harder again. Shorter this time, struck on the pad, they get through for the single. Wellington was a long way outside her off stump there though. I think an appeal of hope as much as anything else from Gray there.
Yeah, she'd moved, as you say, she'd moved a long way across to try and get into the right position to be able to swing at that one. So yeah, I don't think there was any chance of the umpire giving that. So yeah, Somerset 310 for 6 with 1 over to come. Just having a quick chat here, potentially about who might bowl this one. Although I guess we would probably expect Kopak to continue because she's got 1 still to come.
I don't think it will be. The helmet's coming on. Jodie Grucock.
Oh, interesting.
Bit of leg spin. One of the most promising up-and-coming talents in the English game at the moment. Just 20 years old, has played for the Lions, played a prominent role for the Lions so far this summer, was on tour with them over the winter in Australia as well. Also a bit of leg spin.
Yeah, well, I suppose given that Kopak's previous over was quite expensive, and potentially given the slippery nature of the ball, Grace Scrivens has decided that she's going to have a spinner bowl this last one. So Wellington on strike here on 23. Comes down the track, swings, doesn't make the connection that she wanted, but she manages to find its way out to short fine leg, and I'll get a single.
Yeah, almost beats the inside edge of Wellington there. Inside edge, the only thing stopping Amara Carr picking up what will be her 4th dismissal of the day, as the rain is...
It's absolutely hammering it down now.
It's almost a little bit detrimental to Essex, I think, and the pitch.
Yeah.
It's just going to be getting wetter.
Grucock drying the ball frantically on her shirt before she comes in to bowl the second over. I don't think I've seen professional cricket played in rain like this very often, but Skelton drives really nicely straight down the pitch, but
I think they're calling it.
Yeah, I think they are. So they've got a single there, and I think they have decided now, as the chap in front of us puts up an enormous umbrella as well as his raincoat, that they are going off. So 49.2 overs, Somerset 312 for 6. Wellington on 24 not out, Skelton 14 not out, and they are walking off, and the grounds people are frantically putting the covers on, none too soon, we would say.
Yeah, it is. The last 2 minutes, it's just skies have opened. We will see at least some overs lost, you'd assume, whether that be just the 4 balls short of the 50 today, or whether that be even more, depending on whether this rain persists. It was forecast to be quite a lot of rain and a good few showers this afternoon, so we'll see how it goes through the next few hours. Just to run you through the scorecard quickly before we end the play. Bex Odgers opened up, made 35 alongside a really good 78 from Niamh Holland on One Day Cup debut. Sophie Luff and Wilson both made 27, while Jess Hazel also on debut made a fabulous 60 from 56, coming in down the order. Alex Griffiths 29, and then Amanda Jade Wellington 24 not out, Chloe Skelton 14 not out. Pick of the bowlers, Sophia Smale 2 for 26, bowled really tidily, a little bit expensive at the back end, but impressive nonetheless. And then a wicket each for Eva Gray, Kate Kopak, Abtaha Maqsood and Joe Gardner. Back with Sid has come in to replace Raf for a second.
Yeah, just very quickly, I mean, the key to that innings is the last 10 overs. 85 runs scored off the last 10 overs, and they didn't even get to complete the last 10 overs. My guess is that will be it for the Somerset innings. There'll be some sort of adjustment to the score based on that, but a really impressive finish from Somerset, and they'll be very pleased with their first match back in the One Day Cup.
Absolutely. We'll be back in maybe half an hour, depending on how this rain persists. If not, we'll be back whenever play is underway. I reckon it could be more than half an hour, so maybe see you in the next couple of hours. Fingers crossed.